Tēnā tātou, councillors, welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting of 10th of June 2027. I'll invite Councillor O'Brien to open us with karakia.
Tēnā tātou, me tīmatai wa tātou e. O tirake anua tātou. Ka tohi te tohi anu, ka tohi te tohi arangi, e tupu i hoko ngā pū, ngā wau, ngā more, ngā pūkinga ngā wānanga ngā tauira. Tēnei te kimi no te rapuno e te taketake te ahuru no ngā arangi tū, whakaia kia rite, uhi, wero, tau mai te Māori, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e, kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Councillor. Couple of notices before we start. First of all, welcome councillors, staff and members of the public. Council and standing committee meetings are live streamed on the Council's website and YouTube channel. Public galleries attendees' presence implies your consent to being broadcast. Please ensure that all cell phones are set to silent. And further information about live streaming protocols can be found on the Council's website. Health and safety, in terms of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit, and the meeting point is across the road at Peace Park. And bathroom facilities are located opposite the Chambers foyer entrance down the hall there. For councillors, I'd like to note for the public record that some apologies have been received for today's meeting, which may impact quorum as the afternoon progresses. So should the meeting extend beyond 5 p.m. and quorum is no longer present, the meeting may be required to be adjourned in accordance with standing orders. This has been foreshadowed, so everyone's aware. We have no apologies this afternoon. Do we have any acknowledgements or tributes? Take that as a no. Do we have any conflicts of interest to declare in relation to any of the items of business in front of us today? In which case, I'll move to public participation. We've had a number of people asked to speak in person in relation to various items today. So first of all, I'll call up Peter Minton. Welcome to the table, Peter. Thank you for your representations to us. You have 5 minutes and then there'll be some time for questions.
Tēnā koutou. I'm here to provide a little bit additional information about my submission made to the waste minimisation proposal and the recycling. I saw there were only 10 submissions in total, so it's not high on everybody's agenda. What I did saw that the majority was clearly in favour of the proposal as brought forward by the council. But with saying that, I have a few concerns I'd like to share with you. First of all, it is a relocation of unused funding. I was surprised to learn that council has built up quite a big savings account regarding this. With no new funding, we don't expand what we are going to collect. The recycling stays where it is, the same materials, the same resources. And also, with the relocation of the funding, we don't lower the amount of waste going to landfill, which is the basic core of the Waste Minimisation Act. But with that saying, within New Zealand, we don't have any industrial scale of recycling or repurposing any sort of waste since OG Fiber Solutions choose to close their recycled paper making. So it's currently all baled up and sent overseas. What I do like in all what I read is what we written under paragraph 4.3 in this proposal. It's that number of districts and regions are looking to bond up together and see whether they can create the economies of scale and scope to deal with this type of issues. So that's why I said my suggestion would be, use some of the funding left for that to make that happen. And that will certainly, as I brought, will bring the amount of waste to landfill down further. But then the whole system is depending on the amount of waste being put in landfill, because that's where the recycled money comes from. So there is no guarantee that you can keep this type of funding into the future. Last concern I want to share with you was a little bit, might be for a number of people not very clear, this brochure. First of all, you see two sections, 6.3.4, and then statement of proposal includes section 6.3.2. I think one of the submitters reckoned already, said that was a typo, one sort of another. And otherwise, what also I found it might be, confusing for other submitters was, the additional information about we need to review this plan every 6 years and that kind of thing. But that was not the original ask from the council. The original ask from the council was whether you support that we partly fund recycling through relocation funds. That's a little bit my story.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions, Councillor Dennis?
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, thank you for your presentation, or for your submission. You made a comment there that there are only 10 people that submitted on the waste management, and so you made some comment about it shows how much people are interested, but do you think that that's because, in the general public's eye, we have done a huge lot in the last 10 years of getting people to recycle? We've started the yellow bins, we've started doing recycling down at the transfer station. Do you think that people think that they're doing really good, even though we all realise there's a lot more to do to be able to reduce costs to send stuff to landfill? We don't want to send it all there. What do you think the public perception is?
First answer what comes up into me, maybe your colleague Carolyn Hamill can answer this question better than me, because she is also involved, or was involved, or is involved with zero waste. I think when I relate to your comments, Councillor, when I came to New Zealand 16 years ago, and I draw the door back in Holland, at that time already I had 5 different wheelie bins for 5 different types of waste. So New Zealand has made some steps, and it's clear for everybody where the use or the intention of the yellow bin is for, but still say it is quite confined to only say a number of possible recyclables. Yeah, so yeah, I think the system is still, as a personal opinion, too limited.
Councillor Hamill?
Thank you, Peter, for your submission, and appreciate it's not everyone's primary focus, but I enjoy it when other people get excited about waste. My question is, in your opinion, what are some of the priority focuses that we should be looking at to spend that waste disposal levy? We've obviously got a list there in the report of what the council has doing or is doing currently. What would you like to see more emphasised?
More emphasized. I'll put in my submission already say a plan for the liquid cartons, because I know there is a new startup in Hamilton dealing with that type of waste, creating new building materials. I think we should explore a little bit, say, in that direction, what we can take out from landfill and still can be repurposed or recycled.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's all the questions. I want to thank you for your submission and for appearing in person and for your interest in the subject. It's something I think a number of councillors around the table have a real interest in, so please be assured that it's not something we're going to let out of our sight. Kia ora. Thank you. Now I'll call up Graham Walker to the table. Welcome, Graham. Apologies, councillor. I should just note that we're moving to representations on fees and charges. And just this submission is on page 89 of the list of submissions, but it's 143 of your agenda.
Oh, sorry. I'm a bit nervous making a presentation here in front of so many distinguished people, but I'll do my best.
Please feel relaxed. We're friendly.
Thank you. Kia ora Mayor, councillors and members of the public, for your time. I'm here to speak against the proposed boat ramp fees. If we look at the proposal purely as an exercise in public relations and a promotion of our incredible local assets, the introduction of this fee is frankly unproductive. The promotion of Whakatane district should be paramount to all concerned in this room. Our environment here is incredible. We have top-tier beach, the Ohiwa Harbour, the river, and exceptional water activities. But to totally utilise these, we need visitors. We need holiday makers, we need international travellers to come into our town, enjoy what we have, what we take for granted, and bring their business with them. Business equals employment. Simple as that. Our local business, there's quite a few local businesses depend on the influx of people, goods and services offered by sea marine, ocean sports, hunting and fishing and more. The Iceman and others are directly related to the boat ramp. Let me assure you, recreational fishing is not cheap. Adding another hurdle to the cost will be viewed deeply negatively by both locals and visitors. On a personal note, I use the Whakatane boat ramp for a very specific reason. It's safe. And the Whakatane Coast Guard is there and can keep an eye on me and other users when I make a mess. Recreational fishing brings me to town, and the service industries it surrounds benefit from my presence and others' presence. We should not be putting financial barriers in front of safe boating. If we take the user pays mentality a little bit further at the heads, do we start charging families a fee for using the playground and barbecue area? Do we charge people for using the public toilets at the heads? Do we charge the Whakatane clubs? And do we even charge people for fishing off the breakwater? If we push the user pay idea even further, do we charge people for parking in the CBD? Or how about charging visitors for crossing the Whakatane River Bridge? I mean, these are all questions that need to be considered if we open the door to boat ramp fees. I'd like to close my submission with a fishing analogy. No, I hope I get this right. When I'm bottom fishing and want to attract fish to my bait, I put burley and ground bait out. The burley brings the fish from further afield and increases my chances of a catch. Our boat ramp, our beaches, our amenities, our free amenities are our burley. Keeping costs down and bringing more people into our area to enjoy what we have makes it far more economic sense than adding a tax to fishermen just to cover the council's administration fees. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Appreciate you taking the time to come before us today. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Emmink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody, and hello, Graham. Thanks.
It's okay.
I actually really appreciate it from the point of view about Whakatane has always promoted itself as a lifestyle, recreational fishing, outdoors sort of destination. So a lot of what you've said really resonates. The question I've got is, we've only got anecdotal feedback that about 15,000 boats a year cross the bar. And, the more information we have these days, the more information we have to be able to look at investments and upgrading and, the usage of visitors from the area versus local users. Do you think that and I think part of the $20 one-off charge is to set up an administration system so that we can actually do some monitoring of that. So if we didn't have that, how would we get more robust data about our fishing recreational community?
Oh, that to me is an excellent question. To be absolutely honest, it depends on the weather, it depends on fishing conditions, it depends on so much as to the use. And the fishermen are pretty prickly people, to be absolutely honest. I've been involved with the fishing club a bit. And if they see something that they don't believe in principle, they will kick up and head the other direction. I would be one as well. To me, how many people use the boat ramp? That's a really good question. But to me, it's an asset that needs to be used. We need to bring people in. It doesn't only affect business. It affects real estate. It affects everything. People want to come and live here. Okay, so if we're going to charge people exorbitant, $20 every time I use it or whatever, I'm not going to use the boat ramp. I'm going to go to Opapi or I'm going to go to Waiau Bay. It's further. It's going to cost me more, but in the end, that's where I'm going, because I believe that amenity should be free. Or how do you distinguish between a family using the barbecue area and down at the heads there? I mean, are we going to charge them? I mean, are you going to charge them? I mean, it's crazy. We should be thankful that 15,000 people cross the bar, to be absolutely honest, because it's bringing business to the town.
Thank you.
Councillor James?
Yeah, thank you, Graham, for coming. You keep I gather you're referring to the Whakatane boat ramp.
Yes.
What about Thornton and Ohiwa? Do you use them? Or,
Yes, occasionally, but I use Whakatane because I consider it safe because Coast Guard is there. And the number of times, I've been towed in 3 times, and I've seen other boats get towed in there, and I've also seen catastrophes there as well. It's far safer than Thornton, but I would use Thornton if I had to pay a fee at Whakatane, to be absolutely honest.
yeah, you're talking about the use of crossing the bar as opposed to the boat ramps. I mean, the boat ramp at Thornton and Ohiwa is good as Whakatane boat ramp, the actual ramp?
Absolutely. It's just that it's more tidal. When you cross, is determined by the tide at Thornton and a little bit of Ohiwa as well. The Whakatane bar, because it's maintained or looked after, is not quite so bad. And the fact that there's a safety factor there with Coast Guard, it's huge.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm familiar with all of them because I do use them, but my question, though, was just related to the actual boat ramp where you on and offload your boat. The ramps are all, because that's what we're talking about
Yes.
here. The condition of the ramps on all 3 sites.
They're great. Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even before the new side wings went in, it was fantastic. I mean, if you're a regular user, there's not really a problem there at all. Just straight in and straight out. The only problem I see with maintaining the ramp is when you get a flood or whatever, and you've got a bit of debris around and a bit of mud around, and really Parks and Reserves or whatever can come and get rid of that pretty quickly. It wouldn't take all that much time to get rid of that stuff. Yeah.
Yep. No, thank you.
Councillor Boynton?
Kia ora, thank you so much for coming to present.
Thank you.
And hopefully we're not that scary. I just had a question. You mentioned about how good the amenities are when it comes to the wharf. And I just wondered too, because it does take a lot of cost to maintain that and to be able to ensure that we do keep up with the maintenance, and especially after the amount of storms that we're having. Do you consider that having a fee is going to help contribute to the costs of maintaining such a good standard of our wharves?
To me, the maintenance of the boat ramp at the boat ramp itself is pretty minimal, really. It's just that when we have it fresh in the river, we wind up with quite a bit of mud or what have you there, and a bit of timber, and that's about it, really. It's not huge. To me, it's not huge. It's minimal. I consider, I look at Whitianga, for instance. I've been up there fishing 3 or 4 times, and they decided to introduce a boat ramp fee up there, and I won't go there anymore. I enjoy the area up there; it's fantastic. But because of that boat ramp fee, I'm not going back because I can get better here, and let's face it, the fishing here is pretty tough nowadays. I can go to Opapi or I can go to Waiau Bay and enjoy better fishing, but I enjoy the Whakatane bar because it's safe, and the boat ramp is part of the bar, the whole package really. Yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Graham. Appreciate you coming in and giving your views, making them known to us. Looks like we've got no more questions, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, I'll call Barry Cutfield. Welcome to the table, Barry. And councillors, this is on page 159 of your agendas. Welcome, Barry. You're probably a bit more familiar with presenting at this table, but welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Nandor, and it's always a magnificent experience presenting to this group, and look forward to another one today. So, thank you, Mayor Nandor and councillors, for allowing me to speak to my submission. I want to congratulate Graham, who's just presented on a covering off the points that he did in such a great manner. It's sort of made my job a little easier, hopefully. So my submission too purely focuses on the boat ramp fee proposition. I have elements of good news and elements of bad news to present to you, as you may have seen in my written submission. Bad news first. The scheme is cumbersome, repressive, regressive, laden with overheads. It will yield very little in proceeds that will find their way into the port's operational budget. I think it's extraordinary to me that the fee from locals will be 100% swallowed up in the administration of the scheme. For locals, sure, it's only $20 a year, but the attendant nuisance factors will sour that relationship with a lot of the district's ratepayers. As far as the visitors are concerned, I think it's an extraordinary welcome to our district to pay in Whakatane a $20 launch fee. We know that a great deal of that will go toward the collection costs, and it may leave some nickels and dimes left to devote to the port operations. It's a very overhead heavy scheme. And I think for visitors, Graham's made some great points about the economic impact when you sort of fend off visitors in this manner. I think the hassle of the transaction is probably more significant than the actual sum of the fee itself. It's the process that one needs to go to when one wants to go boating. Boaties are an enterprising lot. There's no doubt in my mind that this will force people to, as Graham's pointed out, indulge in fly launching, we'll call it, like fly tipping, launching in places that aren't appropriate. Unintended consequences of that are, of course, environmental damage. And I think the very good point made also about the fact that will force the boaties to access navigation zones that don't have the safety profile of our key ramp and harbour entrance. So, the good news. I'll talk about the Whakatane Harbour in particular here. It is an absolutely unique asset for this town. on the one hand, geographically, it's connected to a magnificent boating waters, coasting waters, and the other component to that uniqueness is the administration of it. The legacy that the Harbour Board provided for this council when it succeeded the Harbour Board some 30 years ago is extraordinary, and it is unique, and it would be the envy of any port operator in the country to have an income stream from the harbour leases, particularly the CBD ones, that contributes $2 to $3 million annually to the port operational budget. That is more than enough to sustain all of these assets that are connected to the harbour operation, and included in those are the boat ramps. I've put to you an alternative proposition that we turn this repressive thinking around, that we celebrate and leverage the unique qualities of our harbour asset, that we do our utmost to attract visiting boaties. Zero fee is one tool to use, and more importantly, zero hassle. Remember that these people, I'm talking about the visitors in particular, they spend a bob getting here, they spend a bob in our businesses while they're here. We should not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We should recognise the economic benefits of that spend, and the fact that feeds into the engine that provides the CBD lease, the rentals that sustain the harbour. So it's a much more efficient funding proposition than the nickels and dimes, as I say, that are associated with charging a ramp fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. I appreciate your submission and taking the time to come and present to us in person. Councillors, questions? Deputy Mayor Jukes.
Thank you, and thank you, Barry. I'm happy to be corrected, but I just wanted to potentially correct yourself. Is that it was my understanding it's a one-off $20 administrative fee, not an annual $20 fee, which you said. So I just wanted to. I thought it was better to make sure that everyone was clear that it's a one-off fee rather than it was an annual fee, and it was basically to, as Councillor Ibbett said, to enable us to have the boaties registered so we could gather information about the usage of the boat ramp to help us in our decision making. So just to clarify, it's not an annual $20 fee for locals.
Mayor Tansos, is that confirmed by staff that it's a one-off fee, or is it? It is.
Yeah,
it's not an annual fee.
It's a one-off fee.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Other questions? I have a couple. I think that the point that you've raised and that Graham raised before you is really at the crux of this. As a council, we're trying to cut our costs, as we've been asked by the community to do, and reduce impacts on the rates particularly. And I'm aware that the boat harbour, the income off the boat harbour fund currently more or less pays for ports and harbour operations, but probably not quite. So there's a bit of a shortfall. You're quite right. I think the issue for us is to say, at what point does do the disadvantages of having a fee outweigh the advantages? How much money can we get off it? And we'll get advice from staff about that as we go. But if that disincentivises people from coming and has a negative economic impact, obviously it could be an own goal. So my question for you really is, I'm really seeking to understand this idea of an incentive, of a disincentive. I think for locals, a one-off fee of $20 to me just seems marginal. For out-of-towners, a $20 fee at Whakatane per use is a bit more significant. But you've talked about the money it costs to get on the water. I think about people coming from outside of the district, who we're talking about, the money they would spend on diesel to bring the boat here, the money they spend on bait and ice, presumably a number of people would be on a boat. Normally it's not just a single person on their own. So in that context, it seems to me proportionally it's a very small amount. But, yourself and Graham said that it's a big disincentive and people will even spend more money to go somewhere else because they feel aggrieved, which seems bizarre to me. You've got to be pretty prickly to take that kind of attitude. In your view, your personal opinion, how significant is this disincentive?
Well, we're going to have no way of measuring it, are we? Because it sounds like we're going into this proposition without any data, which I find extraordinary. And I find it extraordinary that we're going to spend this first year and take money off a whole lot of people to gather data. It is a very clunky way to gather data. So I'm not in a position to predict, but we know from behaviours of boaties, I mean the trailer boaties, like I say, they're an enterprising lot, and they will find workarounds. The data that Councillor Immick provided, 15,000 movements per year, that I've seen that figure today as well. That is in the 2003 port operation plan. Now, I'm picking it's more than that now. Actually, the other interesting fact that was in there was the number of people crossing the bar, and it was 250,000 people cross the Whakatane bar. So that was in 2003. Now, I'm thinking it's more now. To answer your question, I really don't know the proportion or the percentage that it will reduce, but mark my words, it will reduce because, I mean, you've heard what Graham had to say about his attitude to whitianga, for instance, changed by that imposition. And once again, it's not the $20, it's the rigmarole to get it, to remember to have it on the right vehicle, whoever's vehicle is being bought in that day, and it's just a nuisance and a little bit annoying for the visitor and off-putting. So it will have an impact.
The world is changing. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate your time. Now I'm going to invite Andrew Galloway to the table. Andrew's from Alcohol Health Watch, and this is on page 162 for councillors. Oh, sorry, he's online. Thank you. Welcome, Andrew. Thank you for your submission and for making time to present to us today. You have 10 minutes because you're from an organisation, and so we're in your hands.
Wonderful. Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity, and elected members, I'm delighted to be here with you for a short time. Ko Andrew Galloway toka ringawa. My name is Andrew Galloway. I'm the Executive Director at Alcohol Health Watch. We're a small but national organisation who provide credible, up-to-date evidence regarding alcohol policy and planning matters. We do a lot of work with local government, and apologies I can't be there today. We service local government up and down New Zealand and just simply can't afford to get around in person to the mini meetings. I won't go into great detail because we did submit to yesterday on the alcohol ban, so I won't repeat much of the same stuff. I will reiterate though, alcohol is New Zealand's most harmful drug, the leading cause of preventable death, ill health and injury in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and its harms are far-reaching and felt deeply. It comes with a significant cost, but the economic cost isn't the only thing, it's the cost to people. The cost to loved ones that worries us. You have an opportunity. Many councils around the country are taking this opportunity. And the opportunity for you is to implement an alcohol fees bylaw. We are encouraging councils to consider an alcohol fees bylaw to set fees that reflect the actual costs incurred by council in administering, monitoring and enforcing alcohol licensing. By way of a reminder to those who aren't familiar, local government has a massive and key role in supporting the regulatory system of control over the sale of alcohol. The alcohol licensing regime and fee setting in particular is an important component of that system and part of a package of measures which when used comprehensively, can create safer environments and minimise hazardous drinking and subsequent harm. This includes alcohol bylaws, like we talked about yesterday, and tip our hat to Whakatane for renewing and extending potentially their alcohol control bylaws, local alcohol policies and other related plans and policies. We would lean in and support you with all of those. The Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act envisaged full cost recovery for alcohol licensing. However, the fees prescribed in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Fees Regulations 2013 have not kept pace with the costs faced by council, and as a result, many councils have raised concerns that they're effectively subsidising their alcohol licensing work, including monitoring and enforcement, through general rates. This shortfall in revenue is likely to be compounded if the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Improving Alcohol Regulation Amendment Bill is enacted, and we're giving a submission on that on Friday. The bill is expected to change risk-based cost formulas for clubs and restaurants, to introduce additional administrative requirements relating to the standing of objectors, requirement on council to certify objectors' details, the right to respond to objections, and changes to the renewal of licences and related processes. All of these changes are likely to place further pressure on your resources, particularly licensing inspectors, but DLC committees and secretariats, with the potential for additional costs to arise through future regulations made on the recommendation of the Minister. The alcohol fees on the council website indicate that the fees and the regulations will continue to apply for 26-27 year, but we do encourage the council to consider making a specific bylaw, again, following the precedent set by many other councils. These bylaws can cover the actual costs of alcohol licensing in the district as far as allowed, and a bylaw can be made at any time, and it's a logical option for your council, even more so given the predicted increase in costs. The setting of realistic fees would meet the policy objectives of the licensing regime, and that is namely to recover the total reasonable cost incurred by council in administering the alcohol licensing system, to ensure that those who create the greatest need for regulatory effort bear the commensurate cost, to allow local circumstances to be reflected in the fees paid by operators and income received by council, and ultimately, as everything aims to do in the space, to minimise alcohol harm to the extent that this can be achieved through a cost recovery regime. In closing, an alcohol licensing fees bylaw that sets fees that reflect the true cost of alcohol licensing is not only an effective harm reduction measure, but can support positive community outcomes and align with your council's strategic goals. Your Worship and members, that is the end of my submission. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillors, do we have questions? Councillor Emmink.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and good afternoon, Andrew. Thank you for your submission. I found it very interesting, actually, to realise that we don't have an alcohol policy bylaw, but we could have one for the reasons that you outlined. My question is, out of the 10 councils that you provided in your reference list who in the last 2 to 3 years have introduced a bylaw, has there been any negative impact on the community or the retailers in that sector because of it?
Good question, Councillor. As far as I'm aware, no. We attend and obviously give submissions where councils are thinking of doing a bylaw. You will get feedback if that's the way you choose to go, from the likes of Hospitality New Zealand, Clubs New Zealand, the advocacy bodies that represent alcohol licensees. But I also have a local government background. I worked at Auckland Council. When fees are increased, there's a, like you've just been talking about with previous submitters on different subjects, there is likely to be a reaction, but the fees that have been set through bylaws for the various councils have not been unrealistic. You can't set fees beyond what the costs are anyway, but I think I haven't heard of anything, any unintended consequences or severe hardship felt by people. The reasonable increase in fees has been absorbed, and there's a range of models that councils have used. Some have gone full cost recovery, some have phased it in over a couple of years, so half cost recovery year one and then increasing it up to full cost recovery in subsequent years. So there's options you can do. I do appreciate this comes at a time when the economic situation isn't so positive, especially for hospitality. So you could consider whether or not you apply this across the board or to certain sectors. But to answer your question in brief, I haven't heard any outcomes that have been overly negative, Councillor.
And just a supplementary, if I may, have you heard the positive, what positive impacts have come from introducing the bylaw in terms of alcohol abuse?
The positives are mostly around the council being able to not have to subsidise the effective administration of the Act, and that's paying the licensing inspectors to go out and do monitoring visits. We've heard from councils that have implemented the bylaw that, in fact, it's given them more ability to be able to do late night monitoring, which ultimately will impact on harm. So there are really positive outcomes indeed, and most of those relate to the council's ability to gather revenue, to offset that cost of activity, or increase the activity, which will have an impact on harm minimisation.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Always interesting, this sort of topic, but it's one thing to implement a bylaw, but it's another thing to police it and enforce it. How are these other councils going about enforcing it, and are they actually, is it actually beneficial? And I guess I'm coming from the point of, is there a certain percentage of groups that actually don't worry about trying to comply and just go ahead anyway?
Good question, Councillor. I'm not aware of people who haven't paid the fees set by bylaws. In most cases, people will pay their fees if it means getting a licence to be able to trade. It will be very important for them to be able to trade, and the payment of a fee is part of that process. So I think this bylaw is probably a little different to some, such as alcohol control bylaws, where alcohol bans, where it does require members of the public to follow it. This is a bylaw that would impact mostly commercial trade, or clubs, or people with licences, and if they want a licence, they pay the fee. I haven't heard of revolts to paying the fee, or even debt collection being required. I think people who have licences recognises the cost and pay that fee. They might grumble about it when it increases. I'm a dog owner as well, and our council has just increased dog fees. I growl about it, but I still want to be registered. I want to be registered for his own safety. It's part of that, part of life, really. You've got to pay those fees. The other thing I mention is this is an issue that has concerned councils to the degree that the Local Government New Zealand organisation is putting a remit together for government on this particular issue to try and get the Ministry of Justice to update their fees regulations. But in lieu of any activity in that space, the bylaws are an option.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate your submission and your time today. You've given us a lot of food for thought, and I think we'll probably be seeking some advice from staff about whether this is what avenue we want to go down. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ngā mihi.
And finally, in terms of public presentations today, we've got David Matthews, who I'll invite to the table now. And councillors, this is on page 167. Welcome to the table, and thank you for your time and making your presentation today.
Got me now? I live in a Hopi, and I've owned the property since 2005, and I've now lived there for the last 3 years. I'm a keen fisherman, and I have a boat called Texas. I'm opposed to the pros charge to use the boat ramp, and just to check, apparently it's now just $20 a one-off fee per resident, but it's $20 a day for anyone that's not a resident. I've got another question now. If somebody owns a property but they don't live here, is that a $20 a one-off fee, or do they got to use it every time they want to use it, pay $20 every time they want to use it? Are they classed as a resident even though they're a ratepayer?
Yes, They're a resident.
They're a resident, okay. So what about somebody that isn't paying rates, but they are renting a property? Are they classed as a resident or are they classed as a visitor?
Still a resident.
Okay. That clears that up. I still don't agree with the $20 at all to start with. There are a number of things in this council that I think Whakatane is doing extremely well. One, there's no traffic lights. I think everything works apart from the outside the fire station, but everything flows very well. Curbside rubbish collection and recycling is probably something that's better than any town in the country. And free parking. We're proposing to have free parking, yet going to charge to use the boat ramp. That's probably a little bit different to everybody else. To me, a boat ramp is an extension of a road into the river or the harbour. My rates, I pay roading component, yet there are roads and footpaths in Whakatane that I've never been on and probably never likely to walk on. I pay for the library, yet I never use it. There are plenty of parks and playgrounds around here that I don't use either, but I do need a boat ramp. Whakatane is a town that's by the sea with a history of keen fishermen and women. From personal experience, if I have a good day fishing, it's not just me that benefits, the neighbours get some fish too. And I'm not the only person that does this. Bringing a charge to use boat ramps will need a cost in policing, so that'll be an added cost that'll have to come out of that. In the summertime, we like visitors to come and visit our town and spend. We don't want to put them off coming here or slow them down on the spending because of a fee that they're going to have and organise and inconvenience them for doing it. It's not $20 a year now, but I still don't agree with the cost of fishing. But we all know that the $20 might not be very much, but we know that this is the thin end of the wedge. In a short time, it could be $30, $50, and next thing we could be paying $100. All of this is liable to leave a bit of a sour taste in the mouth of people that want to come and visit our town and our area, where in the summertime we do like to have their input and spending. That's about it from me, and that's just to let you know how I feel, and I'm not the only person that feels like this either. I've got several neighbours that have got boats that feel exactly the same way. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, and appreciate you coming in to tell us your view. Councillors, questions? Councillor Emmink.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Oh, thank you very much, David, for coming for your submission. Yeah, the $20 doesn't seem like a lot if it's a one-off fee, but it will give us access to a lot of additional information. Do you go to any other destinations around New Zealand where you do have to pay a fee, aside from Whitianga?
No, I don't. I used to come from, originally I'm from Wanganui, and we had three boat ramps there, and you didn't have to pay a fee there. And the council were trying to introduce it at the time. At the time I was on the Wanganui Rural Community Board, and I spoke against it there, and they haven't brought it in. There's a lot of people from out of town of Manawatūwai that use the Wanganui boat ramp, and it's quite a good fishery off Wanganui. It's well protected by weather, and it doesn't get hammered by trawlers quite the same as it does out here, but they haven't brought that in. New Plymouth, I've fished there. There's no boat ramp fee there, though I think there might be a car parking fee now or something like that. I know that in Pawanui there's a fee to use a boat ramp, and there's a fee to parking. You see people go down and they park there, they launch their boat, and then people will head back with the trailer, ute in the trailer, and park it somewhere else. So I've got a sister that's got a batch at Pawanui, but I don't go there fishing. I'll fish out here. Most of my fishing I do go out through a hiwa actually, but.
And thank you for those two clarifications, because I wasn't aware of if you are a ratepayer but live outside the district, that you're treated as a resident, and if you're renting in a place.
I live in the district now. I've been here for almost 3 years now.
Yeah. Oh, good clarification, so thank you.
Any other questions? It looks like not. Thank you very much for your submission. I appreciate you starting with some compliments. Yeah. We don't always get those. So it's a good way to start. Right. Thank you for your time. Councillors, that's the end of the public presentations. Zane McCall is not going to present today. So we'll just move to the next item on the agenda, which is the local government reform participation in the Headstart proposal. And I'll invite Walt to the table, and I think Steve is taking part in this as well. Oh.
What is the secret one?
What? Okay, so section 7 are the reports, and this is the first item on the agenda for the report section.
We're doing training.
Tabled item. Apologies, councillors. So we. Separate. Okay, apologies, councillors. It's a separate document in Stella.
Whether in the folder, under a section.
It's number 4.
Thank you.
It's just confusing because sometimes you can click the header and then it shows up the document and then you've got to go into the subsection. It goes straight to the subsection.
You would have tabbed through it.
So is everyone there now?
Okay.
Just finding your way. Just wait just 1 second. Well, welcome to the table, and if you'd like to lead us into the conversation.
Tēnā koutou. And I guess first off, just quick apologies that it's a supplementary paper, so you might not have had the time to read through it. So I will just work through and provide you with an overview of the paper, both recognising that, but also just to help you move from your previous conversation into this one. So this paper is about the simplifying local government reforms and essentially covers 3 things. One is what is the Headstart policy from central government. 2, what has council's response been to it so far? And 3, where do we go from here? So the main decision sought by the report is whether to engage in the Headstart pathway or not, and the recommendation being that we do engage into the Headstart pathway. So to provide a brief overview of the Headstart pathway, on the 5th of May, Ministers Bishop and Watts announced this policy. The policy aims towards a restructure of local government to form unitary authorities, a unitary authority or potentially multiple unitary authorities for a region. So those would aim to combine both regional and territorial council tiers together and result in fewer local government entities overall for the region. So through the policy, there's the voluntary Headstart pathway. That's for councils willing and able to reorganise quickly. And there's a compulsory backstop pathway for councils that do not progress through the Headstart process. So in terms of eligibility, the proposals have to come from 2 or more councils, but not including the regional council. And proposals have to represent the majority of councils directly affected by the proposal, or represent the majority of a population directly impacted by the proposal. So the key takeaway from that eligibility requirement is a council could easily be caught up into a proposal that they haven't actually been involved in developing. The policy preference from central government seems to signal towards a single unitary authority per region. They talk about that being the most straightforward, but it does allow possibility for sub-regional and even cross-boundary proposals, but they have a slightly additional test that they need to go through. There's a timeline in the paper. It's a very tight timeline. The initial outline proposals are due 9 August, so that is just under 2 months away now, a very short time frame. Cabinet will then make decisions on these in September, and then if approved, those being outline proposals, if approved, we have until March next year to refine and submit the final proposal. And of course, in between all of that, we have a general election in November that, may or may not influence that policy and the timing of the policy. But in any case, we need to forge ahead on what we know. So in terms of starting point options for Whakatane, we've set those out in the report. For us, there is political momentum already towards an Eastern Bay of Plenty proposal, but there are numerous aggregations that are shaping up around the Bay of Plenty, and picking up on some of those from our neighbouring council websites and from the media. I'll list a few of those. So the ones involving Whakatane District, as mentioned, the Eastern Bay of Plenty councils, an Eastern Bay of Plenty plus Rotorua Council, which would match the direction of our 3 water services. There's the provincial councils of the Bay of Plenty, and not including Tauranga City Council, but including Whakatane and all the other provincial councils in the Bay of Plenty. That's one that's been put forward on the Western Bay of Plenty's website. And of course, there's the full Bay of Plenty as per the current region, which would include Whakatane as well. In addition to that, there are a number of other options throughout the Bay of Plenty that don't include our council, but it's really important to keep visibility of those, because as those proposals potentially take shape, they limit the potential of the options that remain for Whakatane. So for example, Rotorua, recently in the media, there's been an article about Rotorua partnering with Southern Waikato councils, potentially South Waikato and Taupo. And we all know Tauranga City Council and Western Bay of Plenty share a close working relationship through the Growth Corridor partnership. So timeframes, as I mentioned, are really tight. Initial outline proposals are due on the 9th of August, which is 2 months away. By necessity, this means that early work has commenced and is underway. That being said, dependent on the decisions that you take today, that project can continue or move into a different form. There continues to be mayoral and CE conversations across the Bay of Plenty, including tomorrow, I understand, and also at the Eastern Bay of Plenty level. There's been early conversations with iwi, and there's also been a condensed general public information and feedback process which closed on last week on Friday. And there's, I guess, opportunity to extend that also depending on the decision you make today. There is also a multi-council staff working group that's coming together at an Eastern Bay of Plenty level. So the decision that we're asking you to consider today, you're facing a strategic choice of whether to participate in the Headstart pathway or not. And there's advantages or disadvantages to either of those two options. Participating in the Headstart pathway, which is the recommended option, keeps your options open. It means we can shape a preference and do our best to influence the outcome for the Whakatane district. It allows us to put forward a proposal in the best interests of our district, in the best interests of iwi in our district, and the best interests of our communities. This option does come with time pressure and resource commitments, obviously. We've got initially 8 weeks, and then beyond that is another time pressure window through to March next year for a more refined proposal. There's no guarantees that any proposal we put forward would be approved by Cabinet. Cabinet's the decision maker here, not the local government commission. It's Cabinet that makes the decisions. And of course, it would also be subject to our partnering councils coming to agreement on a proposal too. So there is the risk of putting effort and cost and energy into this and it not necessarily going the direction we want, but overwhelmingly the advantage of participating in Headstart is it's the best opportunity for local determination for us to put forward something on behalf of our communities. Not participating in the pathway puts us in a reactive position. The risk is outcomes could be determined by others. So that could be other councils. Another council may put forward, or another group of councils may put forward a proposal that includes Whakatane, regardless of whether we've been involved in shaping that proposal or not. And if that gets support from Cabinet, then we'll be caught up in that. And if not that, then central government's backstop pathway or process, whatever that looks like. The main benefit of not participating in the backstop pathway is it does reduce that immediate pressure. We can continue to focus on BAU and not have to put energy into this, or as much energy into this. But as I said, the recommendation is certainly for participating in the Headstart pathway. So we should participate in it. We should work towards developing a proposal by August the 9th under the recommendation. And if we do, there would be multiple touch points with this council, including, most importantly, that you would need to approve any final proposal before we put it in. So there'll be multiple workshops and council touch points before we get there. And similarly, any partnering councils would also have to approve any proposal before it's submitted. So this decision is not about the shape of the proposal, it's about taking part in the pathway. If we don't, we'd move into a watching brief, would be the other option. We'd track the proposals of other councils and the cabinet decisions that would be made in September, and then we'd look to engage in the next steps, which, you know, as I mentioned, might be about participating in what other councils have shaped up, if that's successful, or gaining understanding of what the backstop pathway looks like and participating in that. That's a brief summary of the paper. It's been a fairly collaborative effort, so if you have questions, the answers might come from around the table, but otherwise, handing back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I'll just add one piece of information for councillors, because also the opportunities for public to participate, and just to also acknowledge that I'll be chairing this fairly tightly. We've got quite a lot of stuff to get through this afternoon, so we'll be opening it for questions, and then when we move a recommendation, then we'll have the debate, and I'll be quite strict about that, because I think it's one of those things we could go round and round and round in circles. So just as a point of information, because Walt did helpfully touch on the points, the opportunities for councillors to talk through this and various decision points along the way, but also to say that we are engaging the public. So I've written about it in opinion pieces in the Beacon, put out various social media. We've had our website portal up, which has just recently closed, to get some initial feedback. We've convened a meeting with the iwi chairs. The chief executive was there and myself to talk through some of those issues, and that's an ongoing conversation. We're planning to have some public meetings where people can come and hear directly, ask questions and give some feedback, and then subject to what comes out of today, we can put up a new web portal with a bit more of a shaped up idea that we're seeking feedback on. And of course, I'm receiving emails all the time about this, and I'm sure councillors are as well. So there's plenty of opportunities for the public to have a say, given the time constraints, severe time constraints we're under. So we don't have time for a formal kind of consultation process, but we'll do the best that we can to hear from our communities as well. So councillors, questions? Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you, Walter. If we did go with the recommended option 1, have you considered possibly looking at the option of including Te Puke into the 3 councils in the Eastern Bay? And why I ask that is that Te Puke's got 10.4 population, covers a large area. It's fairly close to Whakatane, basically. It has a river scheme, the Kaituna river drainage scheme, where we have 2 in this area plus a portiki. It would be a nice fit as part of that coming into our area. As a possibility, you know, if we're taking over some of the regional council roles.
Through your chair, great question. Under the current guidelines, that would have to be driven by Western Bay and Tauranga City, or primarily Western Bay, because the population of Western Bay is larger than Whakatane. So for any district to make any change of another district, as Walt said, you have to have more than 50% of their population. So we wouldn't be able to do that under the current guidelines. We're not large enough to make a proposal based on anything to do with Western Bay. That would have to be a Western Bay decision under the current guidelines.
Councillor Boynton?
Kia ora. Thank you, Walter, and thank you to the team. I mean, and you know, just acknowledging that this is the largest reform in over 30 years. It's one of the biggest changes that is going to happen in local government, and we are, as you know, it's not the council's fault that we have such a short time frame and ability to consult on one of the biggest changes that we're going to have. So I acknowledge the work that you're doing, but just in regards to that, I'm grateful to hear from Mayor Nandor around how public consultation is going, and I wanted to ask whether or not the portal or the Let's Kōrero Mai is able to sort of remain open so that the ongoing conversations with the public to have easy access to be able to give that feedback throughout this process, seeing as we don't have a public consultation formal process happening?
Through your chair, that is a fantastic question, Councillor. So we got the portal up. I think we were the first in the Bay to get the portal up. And indeed, when Kay met with other comms reps from across the Bay for the masks for our data and our template in order to run a similar exercise, we actually got up before we had the latest DIA guidance. It was quite a difficult exercise because, in fact, we were trying to educate and communicate with the community without even a direction from council, which I think probably has showed why we've only had 71 submissions in to date through that portal. Once we had direction, if we get direction today, then we'll certainly then be able to go out and say, this is what Whakatane District Council is proposing, what do you think, these are our options, have your say, you know more about the district than we do, what is the impact, what are the pros and cons. It just gives us the direction that we need to have a much more meaningful communications exercise. We can amend the Kōrero Mai portal because we know that that's given us success in the past. The other thing I just want to stress is that we don't know yet. We suspect once legislation comes in and we're into the next phase around what the government is proposing as options, that there'll be some sort of statutory consultation built in as part of that. And what I'd stress at this stage is no doubt whatever that statutory consultation looks like, we'll go way above and beyond, as we always do with consultation when we're at that phase as well. So, yes.
So yes, there will be another time. Thank you. Just supplementary, because I noticed that that our council is the only one who's closed off any ability to for the public to have a say, because a lot of the information is just sinking through now to some of our community, and they're not able to make a submission or provide feedback. And that's why I asked, is there an ability to extend it? So when would the next time it be open? Because all the other councils are still wide open.
So Aquatic, I think, went live possibly yesterday. Kaura were talking about going live last night. I don't think they're live yet. So we went live initially for that 2.5 weeks without any direction. We made the call to close it Friday, knowing that we were coming to council this week, or we planned to at that time. I'm hoping that we could go live possibly from Monday, and then that gives us however long we need to get more data.
Thank you, that's great. I have checked all the other councils and they are all live and they are
They've done well overnight then, Councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following on what Councillor Ava Malcolm was saying before, is that in relation to Te Poki Down, I thought that if you had the majority of councils put a proposal forward, that's the one that they would consider. Or are you saying that the reason that Western districts would have to give permission is because we just want to take part of Western districts? Because from Te Poki Down, I agree with Councillor Whitaker, and I know also Councillor James is the same. If the Drainage Department of Regional Council is based in Edgecombe, it would be more wise to do all the rivers under one organisation rather than split them if we don't go with Western Districts and Tauranga. So that's one question. The other one I really want to ask is, what are the feelings about iwi? Because I know talking to my iwi back home at a recent tangi, there was a concern that we would take an area that followed Manatatua canoe, like this area, Tūwharetoa right through Rotorua to Taupo, because of all the commonalities there, which include farming, forestry, the volcanic plateau. Are we looking at that at all? So 2 questions.
Yes, so in terms of the first question, the option that you mentioned and that Councillor Whitaker mentioned is actually one that Western Bay of Plenty themselves are looking at, and as part of their online, one of the 5 or 6 options that they've got online. I guess additionally, Whakatane District Council could look at that as an option if there was appetite for that. We certainly would have to meet the tests that the policy require. One of those is around the majority of population, but the other way that proposal could move forward is on the basis of the majority of participating councils being in agreement to move forward on that. So what that would require would be Whakatane District Council forging a partnership and with Western Bay of Plenty to explore that option, which initially would probably require political and leadership conversations to look
Of carving a bit of Western Districts off, not all of it, of taking part of Western Districts and not all of it, just the catchment area.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
The second one about iwi?
I know there's been some initial discussions. It's probably too early for me to comment. Hone, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, so we organised a hui last Wednesday night with me and Andor and Steve as well with the iwi chairs, and that was essentially information giving evening because the iwi were asking us about the upcoming reform and B, that they'd like to have a voice at the table, but as such, unless me and Nando's have some updates, we haven't sort of got any firm feedback from iwi yet. But I guess in the same vein we're doing with the water transitions program, we're sort of using that vehicle as well to get their iwi voices as well.
Actually, just to add a couple of things, what I've taken from those conversations is there's 2 most significant interests. One of them is around the whakapapa relationships and how they play out. And then the other one is a really strong desire to have integrated catchment management in any outcome. So making sure that those, so catchments are managed in an integrated way. Councillor Hamill, did you?
Thanks, Menando. Thanks, Walter. And I know the team's very adept at managing these reforms. My question is, can we manage, if we do go down the Headstart pathway, we've got capability within the team, resource as it stands to do that, or will we need to employ others to help?
I think Steve's best placed to answer that one.
I'm sure at the moment. I mean, if the Headstart proposal gets accepted, then we would. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I thought I did it. Unsure at the moment. If the Headstart proposal gets accepted, then we'll get guidance on what some sort of, if there is a Headstart proposal and it gets accepted, I should say, then we would get guidance on what an implementation plan would need to look like and would have a better understanding of the workload. But yeah, the information is pretty light at the moment, so just not really too sure at this stage.
I guess my question, supplementary, just in the short term, we've got capacity to unroll this Headstart if we opt for the recommended option.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a long term. Sorry. In the short term, we would probably be hiring some sort of coordination type role if there's multiple councils, so there's a single point of contact between all the multiple ones. Staff are all very busy already with their own jobs. They're not sitting around on their hands, so we'd probably need that. Any comments on the short-term management?
No, not the short term. It's probably fair to say that, so one of the things that they've talked about as Headstart is the direction from DIA is that in order to prepare a Headstart proposal, that we shouldn't be looking to develop any new information, that we should be getting it from our current sources, annual plan, annual report, etc., which would suggest that when we're into the next phase, then we will require a lot more information as part of that transition. So I'm sure it is fair to say at this point, if we get into that phase, then it will require extra resource.
Thank you.
Councillor Emmink?
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. Good afternoon, Walt and Emmeline. So let's say we get the approval to start the Headstart or to submit something to the Headstart program. I think I heard you say that doesn't say what the combination might be at this stage. How quickly, once we want to submit something, do we have to get some agreement, knowing we've got 4 options, basically?
So we'd have to have our preferred option when we submit the proposal. So as an example, if we were going to form an Eastern Bay unitary, then those 3 Eastern Bay councils would have to agree to put that proposal in together.
But we don't have to make a decision on the type today?
Not today. We're just seeking approval for us to proceed and develop an option for you, if we can.
Yeah, thank you. And well done for getting the portal up so quickly and getting an interim sort of response of 67% from the community so far. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dennis?
In regard to the final proposal, is it possible for Council A, B and C to submit a suggestion in August, and also D, E and F councils put in their submission with the idea that past August they actually may look at combining or may stay? Can you do that sort of thing, or do you have to have a real definite proposal of where you're going to go?
So the phrase in the guidance is proposal should be a light touch, high level strategic proposal. So at this stage, what I'd say is we need to indicate what our preference is. It is highly likely that once DIA, if they receive other proposals, they might want to merge them or combine them or throw them all out. We just don't know yet. All we're trying to do is put our best foot forward. We don't know what the next phase looks like exactly. What we do know is the stronger case we can make now, the better position we'll be in.
Councillor Boynton?
Kia ora. Thank you again. Because there's been so much information, are you able to clarify, is there a transitional framework that is going to be part of this whole process? Particularly if we do decide on a model, how particular things like treaty settlement obligations and the ability and the resource to be able to work through specifically what those things are. Is a transition or development of a transition framework part of that process?
So at this stage, the guidance material that we have from the DIA doesn't quite step into the sort of transition implementation considerations. We expect that, we're so close to this policy proposal coming out a month ago. Over the next half a year, more information is expected to come out, including, for example, that legislation will have to catch up. At the moment, this process even steps outside of the legislative framework that's in place for reorganisation, which is usually determined by a local government commission, for example, rather than the cabinet. Some of the aspects that you mentioned are specifically talked about in the guidance material that councils need to consider and explore as part of putting in this this proposal, and our obligations under Treaty of Waitangi, for example, agreements and settlements is part of that.
Councillor O'Brien?
Thanks, Walt. So currently we're dealing with DIA. With DIA, MHUD, MFE all heading into MSAT. Do you envisage any problems with us in the future as to who we're dealing with? Yeah, it's probably be clear as mud even in the future.
Councillor, that would be my take as well on that question. Certainly, there's a bit of lack of coherency across reforms and across departments. So, one question, for example, that comes to my mind is that, Three Waters reform is heading in one direction, and now we've got local government structural reform that's asking another question after that. So, definitely the clarity's not really there, the coherency's not really there at the moment.
Thanks, Rob.
I think that's all the questions, unless anyone's got anything further. In which case, I'll move to the resolutions, and I'm going to move these as one, and I'll seek a seconder. That the Whakatane District Council receives the report, and that the Whakatane District Council acknowledges government's voluntary Headstart pathway for councils that want to come together to form new unitary authorities, with outlined proposals due by midnight on Sunday, 9th of August 2026. That the council acknowledges government's compulsory backstop approach for councils that do not progress through the Headstart pathway, with further detail expected in 2027. That the Whakatane District Council directs staff to explore options and commence progress towards an outlined proposal for the simplifying local government Headstart pathway, and that the Whakatane District Council notes any future decision to submit an outline proposal to government will be brought back to council for formal consideration. Councillor Dennis seconds, thank you for that. So we'll go into debate, and I'll speak first just to say a couple of initial comments. The first thing I think is that it's important that we do explore options pending a final decision about whether actually to submit something. But if we want to be in a position to be able to submit something, we have to start now. We have to get working. And to my mind, the big danger with relying on backstop legislation is that we'll end up being part of a Bay of Plenty unitary authority. And any ability to shape our own destiny as a district and as a area will be gone. So I think we have to start that work exploring. I just want to touch on, acknowledging that there's very little time given for this process, and that's out of our hands, but it's the reality of it. The amount of time this is taking me personally as mayor and also staff, it's chewing up enormous amounts of time, and the government has said really clearly they do not intend to resource us at all. So it's a huge burden for us all, as all of these reforms are. And the other element of it is the massive uncertainty. There's just no clarity coming from government, and when we ask questions of ministers, they're kind of making it up as they go along. So everything, I will get to that later. So it's a very difficult process to go through. But I think there's some principles in our exploration that I've gathered from our conversations with various parties around the place. One is that we need to make sure that we retain integrated catchment management in whatever entity comes out of, whatever comes out of the whole process. The integrated catchment management is really, really important. We need to think about those whakapapa iwi connections. Those are important as well. We need to think about what are the communities of interest and where do we have similarities, both in terms of the kind of social and cultural, but also the economic factors. We need to consider how we manage region-wide functions if we do end up with sub-regional unitaries. How do we manage those region-wide functions? We need to... there's also national level considerations. The government's talking about taking on some of the compliance and monitoring and enforcement roles into the Environmental Protection Agency. So maybe some things become nationally led, which is interesting. We need to make sure, as Councillor Boynton has said, that there's good opportunity for public input. That's really, really critical. And we need to think about what happens with those councils who kind of get stranded in any proposals. And just to say that the other thing I'll just mention as well is that there's a very strong desire I've heard in my conversation with mayors across the region is in that whatever happens, if there is Headstart proposals put forward, the preference is to see them put forward as a region, even if they may contain sub-regional elements to the proposal, so that we go forward collectively as a region. And I just want to acknowledge the really great relationships that exist across the Bay of Plenty among the the mayors, deputy mayors as well, who meet independently, and with councillors, and then also particularly in the Eastern Bay, we have very strong relationships, and that makes this process so much easier because we can have really open, frank, honest discussions, and all of us are interested in what's the best outcome for our communities. So, kia ora. Would anyone else like to speak? Deputy Mayor Jukes.
I don't think there's anything else left to say.
My apologies.
I just wanted to say you have summarised that very, very well. And I have had any points that I was going to raise covered in what you have said, and I support fully what you have said. To me, we need to start now, we need to shape our own destiny, and this is the best opportunity for local determination, which you have already said. So, yeah, I'll definitely be supporting these recommendations.
Thank you. Totally took all of what Nandra and Deputy Mayor have said. I guess I have a bit of concern. It's for our neighbouring partners who are smaller councils, just to kind of keep acknowledging the angst that they and their communities might be having, because whatever the model is, Whakatane is larger than they are, got a little bit more funds, even though we've got no funds. Our no funds is more than their funds for being able to deliver on any of this. So it's really that we just keep mindful and respectful of it in your rooms that you're talking, but also into the wider community who do read our Eastern Bay newspaper and media and things like that.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor. Well said. Any other contributions? Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora koutou. Yes, I tautoko the kōrero from our Mayor, as well as Deputy Mayor and Councillor Imick. I think we understand that our participation in the Headstart program is really designed to support local government. There has been many conversations about how there can be better efficiencies, and this is one of the most significant reforms in a generation. I support having the conversation, and I support that we are part of participating. Doing nothing is not an option. Councils across New Zealand face increasing infrastructure costs, affordability pressures, climate resilient challenges, and growing expectations from our communities. We owe it to the future generations to explore how local government can be strengthened. However, our decision today is not simply about organisational design, it is also about local democracy and ensuring that we maintain local representation and that we maintain local voices. It's about ensuring that no community is left behind in this reform. As a Māori Ward councillor, I have seen firsthand the value of meaningful representation, particularly when it has been fought for so hard for many years. Diverse voices around the table lead to better decisions. And in our short time of existence, we have seen the quality of our decisions improved, and in time again, we have also seen that feedback from our communities on how our relationships have improved in that short time in which our representation has been here. If local government structures change, our representation models must evolve with them. We cannot assume that what works for a district of 40,000 people will automatically work for a regional entity serving hundreds and thousands. The bigger the organisation becomes, the greater the risk that local voices can become diluted. That is why representation must be at the centre of reform, not just considered as part or after the structure has already been decided. For Māori, this is particularly important. Councils have developed relationships with iwi and hapu over many years, often through treaty settlements, statutory acknowledgements, Māori wards and partnership arrangements. These relationships are not administrative convenience. and nor should they be treated like that during this process and during this transition to what is decided. Structural reform should not inadvertently undermine these commitments. As we move forward through the Headstart process, I believe we should advocate strongly for the development of a national transition framework, a framework that protects existing representation during change, a framework that supports councils to redesign democratic structures alongside iwi and all our communities, a framework that provides clarity around treaty obligations and settlement commitments in any new governance model, and a framework that ensures local identity and all local voices remain strong even within large entities. Participation in Headstart should not be viewed as endorsing every possible outcome, rather as an opportunity of being at the table and helping to shape our future and our district's experience and our treaty partnerships that inform whatever might come next. Sorry. Because of the success, if reform is inevitable, then our responsibility is to make sure it delivers not only effectively but with fairness, not only cost savings but stronger democracy, not only bigger organisations but better representation, because the success of local government will ultimately be measured by the size, not by the size of its balance sheet, but by whether people feel represented, heard, connected to the decisions that shape our lives, and whether or not we have retained our ability to stand together, support one another, build thriving communities for generations to come, and that we ensure that we honour te tiriti o Waitangi. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no more contributions, I'll move to the vote. I've read out the resolution. Do people want me to read it out again, to be clear? In which case, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We're due to adjourn shortly, but I think what I might do, if councillors are happy with that, and thank you, Walt, for that paper, really appreciate that. It's a good piece of work. If councillors are happy, I think we'll move to the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Amendment Report. I don't think it'll be massively lengthy, and so I think we can move through that and then adjourn for afternoon tea after that. Cool. Welcome to the table, Lisa. We're in your hands.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will keep this brief then. So the paper that we've brought to you this afternoon has two main components to it. The first component is to ask you to receive the submissions in relation to the WMMP amendment and to confirm that you are happy for us to make the change to the WMMP. The second part of the paper is to ask you to make a decision on how much of the waste levy funds might be paid towards the cost of the curbside collection service. Just a quick rundown on the submissions. We received 10. We had a verbal submission from Mr. Minton, thank you. And of the 10 submissions that we received, only one of them was directly opposed, and the commentary with that submission was that the submitter believed that rates were high enough that they should cover the cost of the recycling collection. 7 submitters supported the proposal and 2 did not give a clear position. So I'm not sure if you want to deal with that first and then we can move on to the funding question.
Let's do that, yeah.
Okay.
So any questions, councillors, on what we heard from public submitters? Seems like we do not. It's very clear in the report. So, in which case, let's move on, and then I'll just do all of the recommendations at the end.
Sure. So the second part of the report is to ask you to make a decision on funding the curbside recycling service, and this decision would then be taken through to the annual plan development and confirmation for next year when that comes before you again. We put two options in front of you. The first option, which is the officer recommendation, is that we take 30% of our forecast waste levy funds for the next financial year, and we pay that towards the cost of the service. That works out to an amount of roughly 250,000. We can't completely guarantee what that number would be because we don't know exactly how much waste levy we will get next year. But we have recommended that it's going to be in the vicinity of 250,000, which represents about 18% of the cost of the service. If the waste levy funds are not used or that number is reduced, then all part of the service will continue to be funded through the targeted rate and general rate as it is now. The pros and cons of the options are essentially, reversals of each other. If we do not use any of the waste levy funds for the curbside service, that means that they are all available for other waste minimisation activities. If we do use some of the waste levy funds, then we will reduce the rates burden on the community.
Thank you for that. Questions, councillors? Councillor Dennis?
Thank you for your report. In that financial analysis, you're talking about $2,035,000 in total for surplus funds, and then you talk about the waste minimisation activity of 300 to 400. You're talking about curbside 1.38 and then 250 to the disposal levy. Is there anything left over?
Yes, there is. So the approach that we've taken is to continue to pay some of our waste disposal levy funds into the reserves. The reason that we have taken that approach is because we know that there is a fairly good chance that there will be some quite significant infrastructure projects coming up that we may be wanting to use those levy funds for. These may be district projects. There has been discussion in the past about having our own composting site within the district, or there may be other projects that come out of the current Whakatane and Bay of Plenty waste infrastructure plan development, which we might be asked to contribute to as a member of a group of councils.
How much would be in the reserve?
So we're going to maintain our reserves, which at the end of this financial year we anticipate will be around the $2 million mark.
Yep, good.
So we're not proposing to take any of the reserves to fund the curbside service.
Yep.
We're proposing to take a portion of the funds that we will receive next financial year. So that would leave roughly 250,000 to 280,000 to go into reserves.
Okay, thank you. I agree with all that you're doing. I think it's really good. But also want to take into account what Peter Minton said in his submission. New Zealanders have undergone a massive change in actually using the yellow bin for 1, 2s and 5s, etc. But is there some money available to just do a better or more in-depth advertising campaign for people? I mean, people are starting to get it, but would it be beneficial to have a bit of that money, not all of it, put into more education?
Yes, I agree. We have a recycling campaign planned, which is going to be taking place during July. That's going to be partly funded out of this year's levy funds and some of next year's levy funds, so that is on the list. But we also have a number of other projects that are currently under development, either being delivered directly through council or through some of our community partners like Waisero Whakatane, or with Community Resources Whakatane, or various other community groups that we're in discussions with right now. I agree that we need to do more.
Councillor Hamill?
Thanks, Lisa. My question is, the WMMP, we need to review that again next year. So this is just a 1 year, as it stands, it's a one-off but if it's successful, we can just continue that, or we can reevaluate it in our revised WMMP. Is that right?
Correct. So the proposal is only for the next financial year, because after that time we plan to have brought the new WMMP to you, which would potentially include funding curbside services along with a number of other actions for you to consider.
So supplementary to that, so if it's just for 1 year, could we put more into rather than the 250, 280, we still think we need that 2 million buffer, or for other projects, if we haven't got some distinct projects lined up for the next financial year, could we put more into our curbside recycling to bring down operating deficit or rates?
Potentially, but that would come with the risk that we would have a reduced ability to participate in these other potential cross-regional projects.
Right.
So we've tried to take a balanced approach to putting some of the funds towards the curbside recycling service, but also still maintain the reserves that we may need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Other questions from councillors? If not, I'll move to the recommendations. I'll read them out and seek a move and seconder. So the recommendations are that the council receives the hearings and deliberations report for the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Amendment consultation, and that we receive the oral and written submissions in relation to the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Amendment, that we note the issues raised by the submitters, that the council deliberates on the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Amendment, and that the Whakatane District Council directs staff to amend section 6.3.4 of the Waste Management and Minimisation Plan Action Plan to add waste levy funding to the timeframe and funding section of the action, continue existing services and procure new contracts as required, and that the council approve to reduce associated targeted rates, option 1, on implementing the proposed WMMP amendment. Could I have a mover? Councillor Hamill. Could I have a seconder for that? Councillor James. Is there any debate? I'll just make a couple of comments myself. I just want to commend you, Lisa, for this report, and I think this is a really good approach to moving forward. I think it's a really balanced approach. It does, as you said, retain some that money for cross-regional investment in infrastructure, and which has the potential to have cost savings in the future as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really important that we have the ability to engage in those kinds of things, because that's really what we need, is more processing capacity, but also to reduce the targeted rate and therefore relieve some of the rates burden on our communities. I think that's really good. And I note there's a couple of things I just want to point out. I think the plan of actions you've got in the paper going forward are really good. And there's a number of things there, but a couple of ones to draw out. One was the exploring the potential for a repair cafe to be established. And I think I really commend that, because that has a really strong environmental but also social benefit if we can skill people up to make better use, to repair, reuse, upcycle the resources they have already. Then I think that's really, really good. And then the other thing, I think this infrastructure development plan is really important, as I've already said. So thank you very much for that. Anyone else like to make a contribution? In which case, I'll move to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Lisa. And let's have adjourn for 10 minutes till 5:02, and then we'll come back for the fees and charges. Welcome back, councillors and staff and everyone. The way I'll take this item, just for your information, so we'll talk about the report, we'll go through the hearing recommendations, we'll vote on those, and then we'll move to the deliberation recommendations. For your information, when we go into deliberation, what I intend to do is to be fairly relaxed about the question period, so that councillors can ask questions of staff and make some comment succinctly and not repetitively. If councillors keep coming back and saying the same thing and we're just going round and round, I will put a stop to that. But I want to give an opportunity for councillors to have a say, so that in the discussion we can kind of shape up a sense of where we're collectively at, and then when we move the resolution, I'll be strict about the normal debating rules. And I'd also ask councillors, I know sometimes we kind of ask questions during debate, and sometimes it's okay because there's something that comes up that we didn't think about before, but I really encourage councillors to ask all the questions during that question phase, just so that we don't get mixed up where we're at in the proceedings. Is that Kate's point? Good point. All right. Cool, thank you. And just to forewarn you that there's a late submission that's going to be tabled for the fees and charges. It's in Stella Section 2 under the name of Carol McGee, just so that you're aware of that, and there'll be a resolution to accept that. All right, so moving now to the report, if there's any comments you want to make.
Thank you, Mayor Nandor. Kia ora tātou. So the purpose of today's paper is to bring to you the review of fees and charges to the hearings and deliberation stage. Today is an opportunity for Council to receive both the written and oral submissions, consider the feedback we've heard from our communities, and provide the direction on proposed fees and charges that were consulted on. As a recap, consultation ran from the 29th of April to the 29th of May, and we received 56 submissions in total, including one late submission and one submission captured through the bylaws process. There is also one further late submission that we've tabled today through Stella. So this brings the total submissions to 57. We invited feedback from our communities through the consultation period, and submissions could be made either online or in hard copy. The submission form included both open and closed questions, but people were also welcome to provide their feedback in their own format as well. The fees and charges consultation was promoted through print and social media, as well as drop boxes in our service centres and libraries to raise awareness and encourage participation. The cover report you've received in the agenda provides analysis of the submissions received. This is section 4 of the report. It's broken down by fees and charges topic, providing a preamble of the key changes proposed. This information was also provided to the public in the format of FAQs and the statement of proposal. Where closed questions were asked, the responses received are shown as pie graphs to show those in support, those who were unsure, and those who were opposed. In summary, submissions reflected mixed views, with recurring themes around affordability, fairness, transparency, and whether the balance between user pays, rates funding, or other funds such as the Harbour Fund is appropriate. The proposed fees and charges that attracted the most attention were boat ramp fees, as we've heard from members of the public earlier, aquatic centre charges, cemetery and crematorium fees. These topics received the highest number of responses. There were submissions that did not support any increase or introduction of new fees, while in other cases, submitters accepted the need for some level of cost recovery, but what came through consistently was there was clear sensitivity where charges affect everyday community access, grieving families, tikanga practices, volunteer organisations, or where people felt costs may already be covered through weights. To highlight some of the statistics from the most engaged topics in the report, for boat ramps, 47% of respondents agreed with the introduction of boat ramp fees for non-residents, while 51% were opposed. 40% of respondents agreed with the proposed one-off fee for residents of $20, whereas 56% of respondents were opposed. For aquatic centres, 27% of respondents supported proposed increases to shower fees and raising the admission prices for students and senior citizens, while 18% were unsure and 55% opposed. 41% supported the introduction of an energy surcharge of 30 cents to be added to admissions, while 12% were unsure and 47% opposed. For cemeteries, 64% of submitters opposed the introduction of a self-backfill fee, while 22% were unsure and just 14% were in support. For the administration fee for family-led cremation service, it was fairly evenly split, with 43% of respondents in support, 16% unsure and 41% opposed. Through deliberations today, you'll have an opportunity to deliberate on the draft fees and charges schedule for 26-27, in particular above inflation increases and the new proposed charges. Following today, staff will incorporate the discussions into the final schedule and come back for adoption on the 25th of June alongside the annual plan. Thank you. I'll now pass back to the Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. So I think what I'll do is I'll do the resolutions, the hearing resolutions, and then we'll move into talking through the different fees. So the recommendations are that the council receive the fees and charges 2026-27 review, hearings and deliberations report, that we receive the oral and written submissions in relation to fees and charges 2026-27 Appendix 1, and that the council accepts the one late submission, receive and accept the tabled late submission from Carol McGee in relation to the fees and charges 26-27 review report, noting that the submission was provided as a physical hard copy and was received by customer services after the consultation period closed, and we agree to consider it as part of our deliberations. Councillor Dennis moves, Councillor Hamill seconds. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you everyone for that. Now we'll move into the deliberations. Before I do it, just to clarify, the recommendations, the deliberation recommendations that are here cover all of the items that were submitted on. And do they cover all of the changes as well, even if they weren't submitted on?
No, so only what we've heard from our submitters are in the deliberations as points, but there is the generic recommendation at the end if there's anything else that you'd like to bring up, either in the statement of proposal or the draft fees and charges schedule.
All right, thank you for that. So, so to be clear, councillors, we'll go through these deliberation recommendations item by item, and then if there's anything else that you want to raise, we pick that up at the end there. So, right, so I'll under the deliberation recommendations, I'll do the first one and then we'll just work through them one by one. So the first one is that the council, having considered the submissions received, deliberate and provide guidance on the fees and charges identified in the statement of proposal, Appendix 2, where increases above inflation or new charges are proposed. Move and seconder for that, please. Councillor Emmett moves. Councillor O'Brien seconds. Those in favour say aye. Opposed? Carried. So then, that the council deliberate on the introduction of boat ramp fees, that being a one-off $20 fee for unlimited access of boat ramps to residents, and for non-residents $10 per day at Ohiwa and Thornton and $20 per day at Whakatane. So I'll open that up for... This is the boat ramp fees.
Can I just... So we're voting to deliberate on them and then we can ask questions, or... Have we just running through them?
What I'm proposing is that we At this, so I'll go through them one by one. And
We're
at
only
this stage,
deliberating.
having read that, is an opportunity to ask your questions and make any initial comments. So boat ramp fees, Councillor Immink.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good afternoon to everybody else. This question is actually for David. So I understand, and first of all, it's a shame that there was misunderstood that it was a one-off $20 boat ramp fee, which I think got people sidetracked. And I'm interested in the monitoring side of having a boat ramp fee. So are we going to use the same car that we bought that will drive around the trailer park looking at all the licence plate numbers? Because I wasn't quite sure how we were going to capture who was doing what. Okay, it's not a David question.
Short answer, no. Mark can shed a bit more light on this, but we're working on the licence plate recognition down at the boat ramp.
A camera.
Yep. And using a third-party supplier. That's covered in sort of the administrative costs as well.
And a supplementary to that, what do we estimate that cost might be per annum? Because I was interested in the comments from the people that submitted on this, that to administer it is going to negate actually any additional funds to help manage it.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's probably a bit remiss of us not sort of providing the information to previously. But there will be a portion of the proceeds taken in the fees that will essentially fund third party in monitoring the licence plate recognition for us, and that includes all the administrative tasks. It's going to be a QR code to get your daily boat ramp fee, and that third-party supplier will be running all of the administration of that. So the administration in-house here is for the residents, one-off fee, getting their permanent pass.
Yeah, no, I didn't really get that, sorry.
I reckon Mark can explain it a lot better than me.
If you can explain, because I think it was similar to what Whitianga do, don't they?
It is. So it's the same system that's used up on the Coromandel, where there's no actual cost to us. The supplier retains 15% of the revenue, and that covers their costs to run the program.
So there's a camera, supplementary, Mr Chair. So there's a camera set up down there, no toll gate or nothing else?
No.
And so everyone that launches a boat gets captured by this system.
And then captured again when they come out, and then the system calculates if they've paid their fee.
Well, it can't stop them though, can they?
No.
Does the system send them a bill?
Well, as part of the terms of the use of one of our boat ramps is a breach fee. So and that'll be well documented at the boat ramp. So if they choose to not pay the fee, then they will receive a breach notice for using our boat ramp. So just to cast you back, that we can't infringe through our bylaws for the boat ramp. So we can only use a breach fee, which means they haven't followed the terms of use of our boat ramp.
Oh. Okay, so what do we expect that will cost us a year? 80 grand, or is it like?
For that?
Yeah.
No, again, they issue the breach notice, and on the breach notice they actually keep over half of that, and the other half is returned to council.
Okay, let me put it the other way. You must have done a budget for it.
Yes.
So what would we expect to get in revenue?
The total net revenue is around about $160,000 a year. That's net.
All right, but our residents are only going to have one off, so that's not going to be net every year, is it?
No, it's growing every year. We anticipate it to grow every year because it's going to be, the majority of the pricing structure is designed for out-of-towners. So That's the start-off figure. Depending on whether we adjusted that for inflation every year, like every other fees and charge, it would increase.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr Chair, thanks.
Thank you, man, Nandor.
Works for me. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got to have a camera at every boat ramp. And we're setting up a camera out at Thornton or Ohiwa to pick up $8.50 for the few boats that go over. The maths don't work out for me here. One question is, who owns the boat ramps up at Anawhanua and Matahina? Are they ours? Are we going to have cameras up there as well?
Well, I don't look after them. Our crew doesn't look after them, so I'm not sure who owns those.
So we're only talking about coastal boat ramps?
Our three.
Our
Yep.
three coastal
Yep.
boat ramps?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hamill, did you indicate before?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Imink's sort of discussions on fees. So there were quite a few submissions that were in favour of residents not having to pay that one-off $20 fee. They may have been under the impression that it was an annual. Do the maths still work if we just do it for out-of-towners? So that was just where is our break-even point? And if we, say, did a $10 per day at Whakatane rather than 20, do we have some other options? Where we
So are you talking about having the one-off payment fee not used and just using it out-of-town fee?
Correct.
Yeah, so the one-off, one of the challenge we have here is we don't have good data. So there's a lot of assumptions that have been made on best guess, if you like. So we've used information from the Whakatane Coast Guard, the Fishing Club, census information to get the best information that we think we can get, but there is still some ambiguity in there. And so we'll be able to answer those a lot better, obviously, after the first year. But the calculations that we've made is they would be probably worth about $14,000 a year in that one-off payment.
So that's 14,000 total, and then perhaps there'd be some new residents' boats coming on.
That'd be sort of Mouse and Mike. 14,000 would be the first year, which we anticipate that would be the biggest year of uptake.
Okay.
And then after that, it would be we anticipate it just to taper off.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. I've got two things I want to ask you. One is, if you have a breach of notice, do we have any legal way to collect it? Or if someone ignores their breach of notice, do we take them to court, or we just send a letter saying they're a naughty boy?
In short, no, is the answer to that. We can't take them to court. So we would, that whole process is managed by the supplier. We don't actually use our own infringement team.
I find it really interesting that we imply a fee that we can't collect. We then send the breach of notice that we can't collect, and that all costs money. And the other one in relation to that is, would Kawerau residents be considered locals and only pay the one-off $20 fee? Because I would imagine there would be hundreds of them taking their boats to Thornton to head out to sea. Are they locals, or are they out-of-towners that have to pay the $10?
Well, it was initially designed that it would be either residents of the Whakatane rateable boundary. So in that case, they wouldn't be. So we haven't factored that in using those.
I think you'll have a problem there, because if you have that many people from there who use Thornton and Whakatane Bar, good luck to you on keeping your cameras secure.
Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Emming.
Mine's an easy one for you, Mark. I'm a kind guy to you. You talked about three ramps, Thornton, Ohiwa and Whakatane. What about the one down at the wharf at Ohiwa? Because people use that ramp down at the Ohiwa.
Are you talking about the small one?
Ohiwa Wharf, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's used for kind of yachts, and there's a yacht club there, and it's pretty small to put a full boat in there. So that hasn't been considered, only the Ohiwa ramp.
Thank you.
Councillor Emmink?
Yeah, I would like to go back to the data and looking at Coromandel or Whitianga's example. Have they been able, has the breaching of people been able to be collected, like what's been the success of that? And I'm assuming we're introducing this because you saw how the data was reported for us to have more informed decision-making about where we might put budgets and investment in the future. So what does that look like? What will we receive for our money?
Are you talking about revenue? Or
No, reporting data. So at the moment, we've only got this 15,000 from the 2003 something or
oh,
other.
right, yeah.
And as the gentleman said, we're probably closer to 180 or something. What have you seen from the example you've seen at other places about how it gets reported against?
So we can fabricate the reporting to be as detailed as we want. So we would literally have every movement in and out of every ramp for a year, every month reported on.
But have you seen how it gets reported on? Like,
No, I haven't seen the report, no.
so the software the company supplier
Yep.
must have given, for us to take it on board and bring it to council, we must have seen some good stuff in there that said, yep, let's take it to the team.
I think the finances was let's take it to the team, but I think this is a fantastic opportunity going forward to be able to see who's using our services and so it can shape policy going forward. Well, if we have the data, we can tell the company what sort of data we're sort of looking for, and so a year from now we'll have a new set of data that we can utilise.
Okay, so no one has seen what this reporting data looks like then?
The financials, I mean,
No, just boat movements.
no.
Okay.
I mean, so we've gone on conservative estimates of sort of about 8,500 non-residents using our ramps. And I know we've heard other figures this morning, so we've gone conservative, and that's based on sort of Coast Guard figures, fishing club figures, census data, and at that stage, that was the best information we could get together. A year from now, we'll have much more accurate information.
But it will probably come out like a dashboard, so we can see what the 3 boat ramps
Yes.
are. We're going to get.
Yes, sorry, is that what you're saying?
Surprised we haven't got it already.
Well, no, I think the point that they're trying to make is that the driver for looking at this was about revenue in order to fund maintenance and depreciation and upgrades. The driver was never getting reports on data. Supplementary benefit to installing the camera system is that there will be data available. But they didn't look at the reports, or they didn't do an analysis of what sort of data you could get, because that was never the original driver for looking at it. I mean, and what they're saying is that in a year, it could be within a couple of months of putting it in place, you'd start getting reports. And I think you could assume that the reports would be pretty stock standard kind of traffic data that you could get. You know, it's tracking movements, it's tracking domestic versus visitors, how often people from certain places visit. Yeah, but once the data's captured, there can be all sorts of stuff. But it was never the driver. And just another point of clarification I'll make, because I just want to check this as well. The system that is being used to charge, so the cameras, are being installed by a third party, and the third party manages the collection of the fees, and it's a 15% charge. So for every $20, $3 goes to the third party, and $17 comes through to council. So the third party is doing all the management of debt collection and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I think people are getting a little bit.
No, thank you for that, but
confused
I would have thought the data was not a low reason. Like, when people have to pay something they've never had to pay for, sometimes you've got to give them a little bit more rationale than it's just to help fund something. Yeah. Apologies for coming in hot.
I don't think it's ever been, for Mark and Hone, I don't think it's never been raised as an issue we've got with the boat ramp is we haven't got any data. The issue was becoming actually how do we fund increasing costs and usage and collecting that in a fair and equitable way. But it's good that people are really interested in the data.
I'll just indicate the speaking order. I've got Councillor Morgan Ranui, Councillor James, Councillor Isles, Councillor Boynton, Councillor Hamill. So, Councillor Morgan Ranui.
Can you tell me what do you class as out of towners? Is Ohope out of towner or Edgecombe out of town or?
It's so we've used the Whakatane rateable boundary as a resident.
Does that include Murupara?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Yeah, recognising the number plate, are we going to be recognising the number plate of the trailer or of the towing vehicle?
The towing vehicle.
Okay, so for my $20 over the next 20 years, if I can stay alive that long, I could change my vehicle every year and I don't.
No, correct. Yeah.
I don't pay anymore.
No, you have a self-service portal. You just go in there and change the details of your vehicle. The main reason we use the vehicle, well, they use the vehicles is because the trailer number plate kind of faces the wrong way. So it's much easier to capture the vehicle. Yeah. And some trailers don't actually have.
And I could have multiple vehicles on
up to two at any one time. Yeah. You can change them out as you like. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Mayor Nando. Again, I'm trying to get my head around the value of the data that you're actually collecting, but also the other point that was asked earlier with regards to car rail residents. We've been down this road many times before since I've been on council, but do we charge for the use of boat ramps or not? And it's always been considered a reciprocal that car rail provides or allows us as residents of Whakatane to use their pool, their thermal pools, free of charge. And the idea was that we would allow the same use of our boat ramps free of charge. So again, it's just something else that has been something we've worked in unison with over the years. How, or do you see that having any?
I don't see that as a problem at all. If that's the direction of council, we're early enough in the process to implement that.
Say that again, sorry?
I don't see that being a problem. We're early enough in the process to be able to implement that. So extend the rateable boundary to include Kawerau.
Yeah, it did work the three-way. It was Kawerau, Potiki and Whakatane. So are we going to put a Potiki into the mix as well?
I hadn't thought about that, a Potiki.
But is that a possibility?
Yeah, anything's a possibility. Yeah.
Well, okay, all right.
Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora, yes. I just wanted to ask, are there already currently cameras down there now?
Some of those cameras, well, actually all of those cameras are not connected to anything. So we do have some cameras that are actual surveillance cameras that survey the car park and for security reasons, but we don't have cameras that monitor boat ramps.
Okay. Supplementary. If we have a company in which they are putting forward the program or the cameras and stuff like that, do we have a legal right in terms of the privacy or of that for that company to then be capturing that information and then using that to be able to receive a profit?
The legalities of the privacy have been well used with this third party that we're in discussions with. So they, like I said earlier, they use this system across a lot of the Coromandel now. So all of the privacy concerns have been resolved through that, but I'll be honest, I haven't read their privacy policy in depth. But they're a pretty well-known and growing supplier of this type of thing. Yeah, so I'm pretty confident that the privacy policy will be up to speed.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamill?
Thank you. We did discuss this at a briefing earlier, but can you just remind us of the approximate sort of annual cost of keeping the boat ramps clean, free of debris? I had 600k in my head, but...
No, it's not for keeping them clean. We carry a large variety of maintenance across all of our assets. The cleaning of the boat ramps would be somewhere in the region of $140,000 a year, I'm estimating. It just depends on the weather patterns, really. Yeah.
And supplementary, so has that been increasing with our recent storm events, obviously?
They have been,
yeah. And last one sort of follows on from that, just for clarity, which budget, does that come out of our harbour funds or is that part of our main operational?
It comes out of our OPEX budget for ports and harbours.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whittaker?
Thank you. Mark, do you have examples of some of the other areas like in the Coromandel, Whitianga, etc., where they've implemented boat fees and what's their net profit from having done that?
Well, people guard that sort of information pretty closely. I did try to get some information regarding Waikawa boat ramp on the Coromandel, and yeah, it's commercially sensitive, so that wasn't made available to me.
Okay, so my supplementary question is, in the first year, what say we end up with a big deficit? What do we do then?
Well, I suppose we have the option to step out of any arrangement that we have with the supplier. We would have captured the data at the very minimum, but we've used some extremely conservative numbers. I don't think it's likely that we'll have a loss at all. But we do have the option to get out of that arrangement if it's not working for us.
Thank you.
Other questions, councillors? Councillor Emmink?
Is there any other way we can gather some data without using this supplier over a period, or let's say next season? Like is it because we don't have the capability to do it and the budget to do it at the moment that we're looking at this as the next step?
Yeah, well, I think we could get another supplier just to supply us with the infrastructure to capture the data. The problem with that is, of course, there's no revenue to cover the cost of doing that. So that's the main issue with that. But you could theoretically do that. And as Stephen mentioned earlier, the main emphasis on this has been revenue. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor James?
Yeah, just about this gathering the data. You mentioned that Coast Guard have given some data, but I mean, they must have just about all the data. They would know exactly how many boats go over the bar. They know how many people are on board. How much data what other data are we actually looking for?
Well, like I said, Councillor, the data is a nice to have. The inspiration for this project was not to gather data, although obviously that will be extremely handy moving forward. The long-term objectives is to increase our revenue. So yes, we did get data from the Coast Guard, remembering that trip reports are not filed by everybody, and it doesn't cover Thornton or Hiwa for the same reason.
I've got a couple of questions then. And I think it is really important, because I think we're getting a bit fixated on the data, that this isn't primarily about the data. It's primarily because we are facing a rates capping environment, and we can't afford to provide the services we currently provide, and we have to find ways of paying for them. That's really what this is about. Data is great. I mean, it'd be wonderful to have really good data, but this is an affordability question in my view, and I think we should keep that top of mind. And so my question really is to Paul. So my understanding is that ports and harbour operations are funded out of the income from the harbour fund, and that they more or less pay the bill, and in some years there might be a little bit of a surplus, a tiny amount, but increasingly there's not a surplus, there's a deficit, which indicates to me that the income from the ports, from the harbour fund is actually not covering our costs when it comes to ports and harbour operations. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So, broadly speaking, over the last 5 years, the income from that fund has covered the cost of ports and operations. However, the last 3 years, it's steadily moved into a deficit and was 172,000 in deficit at the end of the last financial year. So, it is facing increasing cost pressures. Without the revenue growth in there.
Thank you. That's very helpful, because what that means is increasingly these kind of ports and harbour costs are either going to be funded through debt, and we're trying to get rid of our operating expenditure debt, or they're going to be funded by rates increases. And that's the bottom line, right? That's what we're dealing with here. And that's the question before us, is do we think that asking boat ramp users to pay a very small charge for the use of this is a fair thing to do, given that otherwise we're going to be asking our ratepayers to pay for it? My second question is around this question around the possibility of a deficit, because so I'm clarifying, what I think I've heard is that there's not really any risk of this costing us more than we gain from it, because the commercial arrangement we have with the provider is that we get $17 out of every 20 they gather. So there's no risk to us of it costing us. It's just a question of how much money we're going to make off it.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you for that. The third thing is the question of other districts, and I think it is useful for us as a council to think about, do we include Kawerau and potentially Opotiki, because given the council amalgamations that we're facing, it may be that we've got to do that anyway in a couple of years. So I think that's something that we might want to put our minds to. But just from my point of view, I just think very strongly that this is something we have to do. Otherwise, everyone on this table has said we've got a commitment to reducing rates. And if we don't do this, we're moving in the opposite direction. So we've got to think about what our priorities are as a council. Councillor Isles.
The deficit that Paul's just indicated is made up of what exactly? Can you give us a breakdown of where the breakdown arrives within that account?
So it's largely the lease income off the hub properties, as well as the user fees that are currently charged. And what's happening is that the cost of those operations has actually risen more than what those revenue increases has been in recent years, putting it into that deficit situation. Like it's, there's just trying to see the, there's 2.6 million of income coming in, so it's a significant amount of income, but the expenditure that it's funding is now closer to 2.8 million, and that's been a trend of the last 3 years, as the income hasn't kept pace with the cost increase from that fund.
Supplementary. So what you're saying, Paul, is it's the actual leases that are behind the eight ball that have created this deficit?
I would need to spend more time looking at the breakdown of the income into that fund. you're correct in that the bulk of that income is coming off the leases though, so.
And just a reminder that under the legislation, because leasehold land is under, it's every 14 years those leases are set. You can't, they're not market set.
Great.
You've got to go through that process, so we can't change the leases annually.
Well, where are, supplementary if I may, where are we then in that 14-year cycle?
They're all different. Yeah, they're all different.
Councillor James.
Yeah, just going back to your comment about, yes, everyone around here, we want to keep the rates as low as we can and sort of cut our costs. So if we're looking at introducing a fee for a boat ramp, at what stage are we introducing parking fees on all our car parks?
Is that your proposal, councillor?
Oh, no,
that'll be in the beacon.
I'm not, but my proposal though is if you're going to do something for one, are you going to do it for all?
Well, we have fees on most of our services. There's very few that we don't charge for. We charge for swimming pools. We charge sports teams for using our sports fields. Is this any different?
My question is, when are we going to start charging all the car parks in town? If we're going to introduce a boat ramp fee.
Who's the question for? I don't support that as mayor.
Well, I don't support the boat ramp fee either.
Thank you, councillor. Any other questions? In which case, I think we'll move to the deliberation. And so, could I get a mover, please, that and second, that the council deliberates and agrees on recommendation 2.2.2 to 2.2.11 of the Fees and Charges 2026-27 Review Report, and resolves that the decision be recorded as follows. Hang on. So.
Point of order.
Just 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, my apologies. Okay, let me come at that again. I think the term deliberate is a bit confusing in these conversations, and so what I'm suggesting is that we simply move that the council agree on the introduction of boat ramp fees as set out in that table, rather than that the council deliberate on the introduction of boat ramp fees. Deliberate means to me to debate, and we've kind of been doing that. The question is, do we agree it or not?
Point of order. We've only had gone through the process of questions and clarification, so we haven't moved towards any area of debate. Thank you.
So what I'm suggesting at this stage is that we move to moving and seconding, move into debate, and then we'll vote. You have a mover? You moved by Councillor Isles, seconded by Councillor Morgan Ranui. So what's on the table is that the council agree on the introduction of boat ramp fees, one-off $20 fee for unlimited access of boat ramps for residents, and $10 per day for non-residents at Ohiwa and Thornton, and $20 per day at Whakatane. If someone wanted to move an amendment to include other districts, they're quite welcome to do that. Is this a point of order?
Yep, thanks. I'd like to move an amendment to include Kawarau in that place. Is there a seconder? I don't think a Portakey needs to, because they've got their own harbour. But I think it's important for Kawarau. Over the years, I've worked with quite a few people from the mill, and they fish out of the harbour here, and I think it's important for them.
My apologies, I've got into a bit of a muddle because I should have allowed the mover the chance to speak first, and I thought that was a point of order and it was an amendment. So, but are you happy for me to take that amendment, the debate on that, the vote on that, and then proceed to your substantive motion, or would you?
I would have preferred to have seen a Aquatic included, bearing in mind the amalgamation that was possible.
Okay.
Possibly, moving towards.
In which case, are you happy to include?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to pause for a second. Okay, thank you for that. Councillors, I've just had a clarification. I had thought that we were agreeing these fees and charges today, but we are not. We're actually agreeing them as part of the annual plan. So this is a deliberation, and what comes out of the discussion will go to staff, who will then bring back the the final version that we will then agree during the annual plan. So my apologies, it's my confusion. I thought we were simply agreeing them today. I don't think it makes a great deal of difference though. We'll come back, we will come back to it, but even so, and that'll be, the annual plan will be at the 25th of June council meeting. So, we'll still, I still think we'll proceed with the vote as we were going to do, but the resolution is not that we're agreeing it, but that we're deliberating it.
Yeah, and if you're giving us that feedback at the end about some of the changes that you want to make as a group, and the group generally agrees with that, then we take it away and we bring the final fees and charges back with the annual plan where they get agreed.
So we're kind of making a recommendation to ourselves, really.
Yeah.
Just questioning. So that means that we then still have another discussion on before it becomes approved at the annual plan process?
We'll have a final vote on the 25th of June, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so is everyone clear? My apologies for the confusion, that was my confusion. Everyone okay? Okay, so we'll move to a debate on Councillor Whittaker's amendment. Following that, we'll move to the substantive motion put forward by Councillor Isles as amended if we amend it. Councillor Whittaker.
As I said, I think it's very important to include Kawerau, and I'm happy to include Aquatic as well. For a lot of the people that work at the mill, come over here, take their boats out fishing, and I think it's very important for them emotionally to have that and not have a fee, and I do agree. We have the option of going to Kawerau to use a swimming pool, which I do occasionally, so it's quite reciprocal.
Thank you, Councillor. I didn't clarify who the seconder on the amendment is. Could I just have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Jukes, thank you. Any other contributions to the debate on the amendment put forward by Councillor Whittaker to include Kawerau and Opotiki councils as the boundary of what we're treating as a residential? Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Mayor Nando. As I've said earlier, it's something that historically we have concluded Aquatic and Kawerau as users of our boat ramps, and the logic that was put forward in previous trainings has also been the fact, yes, we do have the use of the pool. Bearing in mind now where we're going or looking towards going towards amalgamation, I think it's, just another reason why we should be extending the olive branch to include those two councils.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no other contributions, I'll move to the vote. Councillor Boynton?
Yeah, I was getting confused. Sorry, I wasn't sure if we were having a separate debate on the amendment and then...
Yes, this is the debate on the amendment.
Is there a debate on the substantive?
That's still to come.
Okay, then, no.
Councillor James?
No, I was just wanting clarity that we're only voting on including, we're not voting on whether we have a...
Correct, we're just voting on the amendment to include Kawerau and Opotiki into the substantive motion. So if there's no other contributions, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carried. Thank you everyone for that. Thank you, Councillor So now moving to the substantive motion put forward by Councillor Isles, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jukes. Councillor, do you want to make the first contribution? Inviting councillors to speak on this then. Councillor Hamill.
I actually found this a really tough one because I felt with our submissions that Whakatane is part of our flavour is that things are accessible and easy, and it's a draw card for our tourists from neighbouring places. So I actually didn't find this a straightforward one. However, I want to thank the staff for doing the research on this because we've asked you to look for ways to save costs and bring in revenue, and that's exactly what you've done. I don't think a $20 one-off fee is excessive at all for locals, and if we're including our wider neighbours, I think that's quite reasonable. I acknowledge that there's a hassle factor, which is probably what we've heard from people today, which is more than the actual cost. But I think on balance, our fees and charges are quite low when benchmarked with other councils, and we've looked for room to move in this area as the user pays. So I'm happy to support the motion as put forward by Councillor Isles.
Thank you. And just to correct myself, actually this motion was seconded by Councillor Ranari Morgan. I've got Councillor Boynton and Councillor James and Councillor Dennis and Councillor Imink. So Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora, yes, I'd also like to thank the staff for the work that they've done. Like Councillor Hamill, it was confusing. I think for the public, and I think that didn't help in terms of them thinking that it may have been a annual or yearly charge or every time they used it type of charge. As Mayor Nandor has identified, rates capping is putting pressure on councils to be able to find other ways. We've always known that the funding model for local government is broken. And there may be many of those who are the boat users who will face these charges who probably support rates capping because it's going to bring down their rates. But in this environment, it just means that those charges morph into other areas where council has to, by necessity and by reform, find other forms of increasing revenue to cover the costs. So I understand that pressure. And saying that, I was firmly not supportive of it because of the feedback that we received from our submitters. But understanding what we might be able to achieve, and that Kawerau and Aquatic have been included too, so that we are still looking after our whānau, I would be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor James.
Yeah, likewise I thank the staff for their input. I don't think it's a very good, a very clever proposition, and I don't think it's going to generate the money that we're getting told that it could generate. It's only a could generate. So I'm not going to support it. I think we've got other ways of generating more money for the Harbour Fund. I mean, everyone knows the leases are pretty cheap, so even though it's a 14-year cycle, they're rolling over at different times all the time, and we need to look hard at that. If we are going to look at charging boat ramps, I can't see why we aren't looking at charging for car parks and that as well, which that would go down like a lead balloon, but and I'm not proposing that at all, so I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dennis.
I have huge confliction in my brain about this one. I want to keep the rates down and costs down, and so I agree with the $20 one-off to enable us to do stuff. What I'm really concerned about is that now we've included Kawerau and we've included Podiki, the $20 a day for non-residents, will we actually make that much money? And if you have non-residents that come here regularly, in a holiday home, well, no, they'll be paying rates. But if you have people visit here regularly, I actually wonder how that will go down. And I don't know whether we'd get that much money overall just from the further out people. So, yeah, I just am conflicted on that.
Councillor. Councillor Emmink.
Yeah, I'm not going to support it at the moment or this year because I would have liked to have seen a lot more information. We don't really have the information from the Coast Guard. It hasn't been presented in a report. We don't really have information about how effective this has been or hasn't been in terms of revenue and or monetary from other destinations that are using them. I think we do need to go down that path at some stage. I'm also pro our marine and fishing and recreational community. That is what we have promoted our lifestyle and destination as for so long. And even though sometimes I have mentioned we should have car parking fees in the CBD, I have been convinced otherwise now once we've seen how other destinations have mismanaged that. And I think it would be great if we had no fees for recreational boaties, no fees for car parking, and we've got no traffic lights. Why don't we turn all of those into real positive promotions to really come to Whakatane because of this? But I'm not opposed to reviewing it again at another time. I just feel like I need more information to make that decision now, bearing in mind the submissions we received. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Other contributions? Councillor O'Brien.
Sure, I'd like to commend the staff on, you've been forced into trying to find an alternatives for us as far as raising revenue for the general maintenance of our resources. With rates capping coming in there, we've asked you to do that. I don't have a problem with paying a one-off $20 fee if it's going to help. And I have talked to family who visit here often and go out on our boat ramps. Quite prepared to pay that. They're quite prepared to pay that. They might come here and use the ramps 5 times a year. So, for the opportunities that they have and they get from coming out to Whakatane and using these resources and going out to sea out there, it's a little payment for what they get out of that space and out of the place. So, I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Isles.
Can I just ask a point of clarification before you do that, Mayor? If we vote to proceed with the concept, does that mean before we come to the annual plan to vote it into being that the council, the staff will take on board some of the comments that now we've added in Kawerau and Apotiki, will it really get that much money from people from outside and all that sort of stuff? Does that mean that could change it due to further investigations and further working out of the pros and cons and the money involved and the numbers?
Yes, I imagine so. That's why we're coming to council before the annual plan, is so we can be really clear, or 99% clear about what the annual plan budget's going to look like, and I imagine Mark and Honea will do a little bit of work on that.
Maybe I'll make a contribution before you if you want to go last then, Councillor. I've covered largely what I intended to say already, but just again to reiterate that this is about cost. The reality, and I accept Councillor James's point about, maybe the ground leases are not high enough, they need to be reviewed, and I think we've all discussed extensively the importance of the capital funds that we hold being used better, that we can get a better commercial return. We can also mitigate risk because we've got all of our assets in one class of asset and concentrated in one area. So there's huge risk there. So I think we've had extensive conversation, which is ongoing, around diversifying our income and making our balance sheet work better for us. I think we can do that. But I also acknowledge that stuff takes some time, and changing the ground leases could take quite a long time to make any significant impacts. In the meantime, we're faced with a shortfall, which is that the income from the harbour fund is not paying for ports and harbour expenses, and that's going to continue to get worse. And for me, you know, it's the principle of you spend the income, not the capital. So we don't want to be digging into the harbour fund capital. We don't want to be borrowing money. The only real alternative is that means a rates increase, and I don't want to see that happen. Well, we've got a rates increase. I don't want to see it get worse. You know, there will be some positive financial benefit for us. How big it is has yet to be determined, and I accept that. But also I acknowledge that we've been told that staff have used pretty conservative figures for estimating what the income could be. So we're likely to see it be better than rather than worse what's been projected. I do support extending it to KDC, ODC. I think that's a good thing. That's a good neighbourly thing to do. And the other comment I'll make is that one of our submitters today talked about what great facilities we've got, what a great place this is to fish. We're blessed to live in an area like this, and you know the local dividend. We live in a small town. There's a lot of disadvantages of living in a small place like Whakatane, but one of the advantages is we've got this amazing place with the natural environment and these kind of opportunities, and people will pay to come here because they don't have that in other places, and they should. They should contribute, if they're not ratepayers here, they should contribute to the upkeep of the facilities that they enjoy. And I just don't think it's the disincentive that some people have said. When you think about the cost of buying a boat, filling your four-wheel drive up with diesel, towing it from out of town to Whakatane, filling up with ice and bait and all the things, and chipping in with your mates, because people go out together and very few people fish on their own. And if they do, that's in a dinghy, right? So, you know, that if you think about the cost that a fisher faces, the fee that we're talking about is nothing in the overall scheme of things, in my view. And there may be individuals who will, on principle, avoid coming to Whakatane, and they'll go up the coast and spend more money on diesel to go up the coast. And there are people like that, but that's not most people. Most people look at what it's going to cost them and they make decisions on that. So the cost of avoiding the fee is probably much greater than the cost of just sucking it up. And the last thing I'll say is that if we want to have no fees on boat ramps, then we should also, to give the counter to Councillor James's point of view, we should also be saying, well, we're not going to have fees on sports grounds. We're not going to have fees on community halls, because actually if I think about the people who do need to be subsidised in our community, I think about the kids playing sport. That's who, if we're going to be putting the rates up, that's who I'd put it up for. Kia ora. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Mayor Nandor. Yeah, I mean, again, I came into this discussion at the onset quite opposed to paying anything on our boat ramps from any sector of the communities. But again, hearing the deficit that we have within that account, and also being a strong proponent of keeping rates to a, well, low or to a minimum, I'm of the opinion, look, user pays, and unfortunately, it's a fact of life. So I think for all the reasons that you've outlined as well, Mayor Nandor, that's the very reason that I would have to support this. I'd also like to think that we can review it after a year, so that we can get an indication from possibly 1 year's charges as to whether we are in it to make money or whether it is costing. So I would like to see that there would be a review period. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's a good proposal. And just before we go to the vote, I just want to acknowledge that everyone here holds genuinely held views for very good reasons. And so, you know, disagreement we have around the table, and that's a healthy democracy, right? So thank you, everyone, for your contributions. What's on the table is that we deliberate on the introduction of boat ramp fees as outlined. Those in favour say aye. Opposed? You want those recorded? No? So Councillor James, record yours? You don't? Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's probably the hottest one.
May I speak? May I speak?
Sorry?
Am I allowed to speak now?
Yes,
Right,
please.
okay. I'm not sure we've got clarity on exactly which direction we were going then, because obviously there was a reasonable number from both sides whether to include in the annual plan the introduction or not. Can you just... No, the vote was to deliberate.
On that statement.
On that statement, which was to agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
To please bring forward the introduction of the boat ramp fees as outlined in the paper, and with the addition that Opotiki and Kawerau are included in the boundaries of what's considered residential.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to add, if it's all right, there is an opportunity, if it helps, with each of these as we go through. We did some analysis back in February which shows the percentage according to our revenue and financing policy. You remember that we are only collecting 7% of our revenue from fees and charges. We have that broken down according to each of these as well. So for ports and harbours, it's currently 12, and the target band is 30 to 70. So if it's helpful as we go through, we've now got that information available, so you can understand how far off we are against our policy for each of these activities.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next one. It's the hottest one though, so, we've still got a few. The council deliberate on the following charges, we'll move to the Aquatic, the Whakatane Aquatic and Fitness Centre, the proposal to raise senior citizens' prices from $3.50 to $5, raise student prices from $3.50 to $5, raise the shower price from $2 to $5, introduction of an energy surcharge of 30 cents per admission. Would you like to speak to that before we go into questions? Don't feel obliged.
Yeah, happy to do so. I guess the catalyst of us proposing with this was that we just noticed many of our prices were just out of pace with the rest of the market. And so there was some research we did in that, and this is where we landed.
Thank you very much. Councillors, questions? Councillor Dennis.
Okay, thank you. On the graph on page 32, in the top of that little box section, you've got child/beneficiary. We're going to put it up to $3.90 from $3.50. Going down 2 lines, you're going to take the senior citizens from $3.50 to $5.30. I thought the senior citizens were beneficiaries, so it depends on how you identify yourself when you go in the door.
I could just clarify that that would be a gold card that would verify that versus a community services card, which would verify a beneficiary as opposed to a senior citizen.
Hang on, so a beneficiary is someone that's got a community card. So that
We tend to use the term community service card holders.
So the gold card holder is a senior citizen.
Yes.
So I have a few issues with that, because a lot of the senior citizens have a green ticket to go and do exercise in the pool to help limber themselves up so they don't deteriorate too fast in their old age. So we are putting it up $1.80, whatever it is. So from $3.50 we're going up another $1.80. So I don't quite agree with that.
The green prescription, Dylan might be able to explain that better, but that has a different
That would
process scheme.
stay at the beneficiary, right? If they're on a green prescription, what you're referring to, that would still be at the beneficiary rate, the lesser one.
Okay, thank you. The only other one I want to query is the price of the shower, which is going from something to something. Would there be if you have a green card, would you be paying the lower fee rather than the $5?
The shower fee is not an additional fee, it's just if the sole purpose for entering the aquatic centre was to use the shower, which we do have people doing.
So that doesn't actually, that's not how it reads, but thank you. Maybe we need to adjust the wording. Thank you.
Other questions, councillors? I think that's an important clarification for people to understand. I did have one question, which was around the energy surcharge. I'm just wondering what the rationale is for having an energy surcharge rather than just incorporating that into the entrance fee.
Yeah, that has been discussed amongst staff as well in terms of the rationale when we were asked to look at what were the increasing costs and how could we, remedy that through revenue. Cost of power obviously has increased significantly, but there is an inflationary charge that we're proposing to all fees, which you could say that, that may help towards that as opposed to an additional surcharge on top.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, Dylan and Alex. Yeah, just following on from that, and yet we are selling the sizzle of our solar energy and saving money at the pools, and so I had the same sort of thought as we're now going to put a charge on everyone for our energy, even though we're saving money, or are we not saving money overall?
Yeah. We'd have to get updated figures from the properties team, but when they installed the solar panels, the estimate it'd cover about 18% of our power for the aquatic facility. And of that 18%, we'd only save about 10% because we don't own the solar panels. So right now, we're currently helping the environment, but what benefit they give us financially is limited.
Okay, thanks.
So it would have gone up more if we hadn't had the solar panels, yeah.
Councillor Boynton?
Thank you for your report. I just wanted to ask, when I noticed that there was comparisons to other similar facilities and other councils, were those other areas, did they match the same demographic and socioeconomic deprivation rates of our district?
There were similarities. For example, population size. Some other factors I've chose. Give me one moment.
Yeah, we talked about whether it was the primary regional service hub, geographic independence, comparable facility provision, mixed local and visitor demand. So there were a number of factors that we took into which facilities we compared with that were best aligned with not just the population or the facility, but factors around that as well.
Can I have a supplementary, please? I noticed last time that we had come through to do a tour of our facilities and that, which was great, that we had noted, anecdotally, we heard that there were many working homeless who, by necessity, utilise the facilities for showering before they go to mahi, and that. So that would also mean an increase for them as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it would be a charge that is raised, I guess tying into energy costs. The other challenge we do have with the aquatic centre is the demand on the showers, given the provision that we have available. I think you will have seen in the submissions, 40 to 80 coming through for aqua. So at periods of time, demand, a very short, sharp increase on demand. But yeah, using that, a shower for a period of time can have those flow-on effects as well.
Thank you.
If I may add, it has, as of late, become a point of contention with the public and limited showering facilities. And so many people are coming in and they're verbally telling me, it's so cheap to shower here, it's cheaper for me to shower here than at home, so I'm choosing to shower here. And we've had some verbal altercations because people want to use the showers, especially the family change rooms, and we only have 2 of those. Those are for a handicap as well. So it does create a bit of an operational challenge in that regard. So it's just part of the reason why we introduced that.
Thank you, that was very helpful. If there's no other questions then, could I seek someone to move and second that we deliberate on the charges at the Whakatane Aquatic and Fitness Centre? Move Councillor O'Brien, seconded Councillor Dennis. Any debate on that? I'll move to debate. I'll move to vote. Those in favour say aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you everyone for that. Is that clear in terms of the outcome of that?
So we'll be including those in the...
Yes, please.
Thank Thank you.
Just a point on that, could we just, for the annual plan, make sure it's written better so that there's no misunderstanding about the showers, about the green ticket and all that sort of stuff? It'll help a lot of people accept it.
Thank you, councillor. I think staff have heard that. We'll move now to the cemetery charges, which is the introduction, and the changes are introduction of self-backfill fee of $250, increase the price of a natural burial plot from $2,360 to $2,807 are the main things in front of us. Any brief introductory comments? Don't feel obliged.
Councillors, no, I think just most of the charges we proposed are related to increases in operational costs and staff costs as well. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ian. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Hiles?
Thank you, me and Andrew. The increase in the price of a natural burial plot, I mean, it's pretty basic, isn't it? The increase, something like nearly $500?
440.
Sorry?
447 is the increase.
Does that seem exorbitant, or what's behind that in a natural burial? I could understand it in a boom.
Yes, Councillor, it's just what we're offering is a unique, it's a unique offering. We do provide, a tree as well for the plot. There are not many natural burial sites across, locally anyway. So I believe Te Puke is just in the process of opening one, and the other one's, the next closest one is Hamilton. So as I say, it's a unique offering, and the fees are the same as the normal burial plot at the moment. So if we get everybody that's being buried deciding to go into a natural burial area, we're soon going to run out of space. And I think it's also, by our fees, if they're too low, it'll actually attract people from out of the district as well to actually come in as well and utilise our facilities.
Supplementary, if I may. So again, Ian, we've been having natural burials now, half a dozen years, 6 years or longer?
Yes, it's about 5 years now.
And how many would we have in the natural burial?
We've only got 19 at the moment.
That's what I said, it's really underutilised, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And you were saying it could appeal to people outside of our district?
Correct.
And has that been the case thus far or not?
Not that I'm aware of at this stage. I'm not 100% sure of the statistics in terms of locals and external.
Thank you.
Councillor Dennis?
Thank you. In regard to the self-backfill fee of $250, I have huge concerns about this because I understand that if people damage the spades and if they damage the carpets, whatever you call them, I agree that it costs a bit to replace them. But I'm also really aware that self-backfilling of graves is more of a cultural thing, and so it only pertains to certain members of our community who probably can't afford it anyway. Could I suggest that instead of $250 that the folk pay a $300 bond to be payable back if none of the carpets are damaged or if none of the spades are damaged or any other thing? Because my understanding would be that staff, no matter whether backfill or self-fill, they still have to tidy up and make it look pretty. But from what I've seen of people doing backfills, they actually are pretty careful and they try really hard. But if we do a bond, it means that that's paid up front. Those people will be really aware, if they can't afford it, that they will be able to get it back if they're really careful with the carpets. And I've seen people doing this and participated in it myself, and I know people who are really, really careful end up with no damage. And so what I would like to see that be a bond rather than a fee. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. If I can just respond to that as well, is what the costs that we're looking at the moment are not only for, that there are ongoing costs for maintaining that plot, because with the self-backfill plot, the compaction is not, it's not carried out to standard. And what happens is that for quite a long period after that, staff actually have to return to that plot and actually have to top it up. Keep topping it up, and so it's an ongoing cost related to that as well, which we're looking at. It's not really on the day. It does also cover the damage for any equipment, as you mentioned.
But don't the staff have to do that anyway? They would still have to purchase a plot, like people who don't do the self-backfill would purchase a plot.
Correct.
If they didn't backfill, the staff would then have to continually backfill it all the time anyway. And those who are used to doing the self-backfill know how to compact it, because I've seen it done it myself. So I can't see that all they're doing is helping us out by filling it up. I can't see how, and I understand you use machinery to compress the dirt when no one's around, but I can't see that it would take that much to, I'll leave it at that, sorry.
If I can just add, we have had discussions amongst ourselves as staff since presenting this to you as an option. And we did discuss the option of a bond, which the administration of that may become cumbersome, and perhaps a better option would be if there was damage incurred, then we could charge for damages incurred. But it's been quite isolated in terms of events that have happened. There is that additional operational requirement in terms of the mechanical compaction that we would do standard versus the self-backfill, but the number of burials in relation to the number of cremations. We've seen a lot more cremations, a lot less burials, so the frequency of that has also been a factor in some of the discussions that we've had since as well, which might be useful in terms of your thinking and making a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. My question's about the family-led cremations, and following on from Bradley Shaw's submission from Gateway Funeral Services. Just wanted a little bit more detail of what your thoughts are around the role that council would play. Are we competing with funeral directors for that? Is this something that's appropriate, and has it been done in other councils?
Can I just say, when this was first discussed between Ian and I, it can take our administration staff, it can take a team of 3 one whole day, so that's 3 staff, 3 salaries for one day in total, or over a period of time working with families to go through the paperwork, which would normally be done through a funeral director. A staff are essentially working in the way that the funeral director would be. It's to reduce the cost to family, but there is an operational cost that then comes to council as a result of that under the administration, open spaces administration team, which is responsible not just for cemetery administration, but other areas of halls and reserves, etc.
Right.
Yeah.
So currently, just to supplement you, so currently we are doing that, and that's taking a lot of staff time, 2 to 3 days, and also we would have follow-up after that as well, presumably talking about some of the mechanics of checking inside caskets and things like that. I just wanted to...
Correct.
some confirmation that we're doing that.
Yes, we don't. The other thing is we are most definitely not competing with the funeral directors. It's not our role. We do not want to compete with them. It's actually to try and get people to go through a funeral director rather than come directly to us. And as you mentioned, checking the caskets is something which the funeral directors do, which, for our staff, it's not really appropriate for them to do.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Yeah.
There's paperwork that requires transportation and there's a whole host of number of things that need to be followed through and done formally. The other challenge that we have is because of the rate that we currently charge, we do have people coming from outside the district for that purpose.
If I can just add as well, is that our staff are not trained to deal with grieving families. And what tends to happen is that we get families coming in here seeking a family-led cremation, and our staff sit down with them, and then it turns out there's disagreements between the families, between members of the same family, and we get caught in the middle of this trying to resolve the issue, whereas a funeral director is trained,
So
trained as counsellors to deal with that sort of thing.
So in some ways you're actually helping out to local businesses by charging, so that's more incentive for them to go with our local funeral directors in a way?
Yes. Yeah.
Could can I just add to that conversation, please?
Are you happy for councillor to come in with a supplementary on that?
Oh, look,
Unless you-
let him
was yours-
go, I'll talk later.
Yeah.
I'll wait my turn.
Okay, I'll come back to you, councillor. Councillor James.
Just to follow on from councillor Dennis's, self-backfill, which, I mean, I've taken part in them myself, they seem to be becoming more popular, and I think they're a great idea, but when you read it as it's an extra cost to do a backfill, I wonder whether we'd be better off to up the burial fee to $250 and have a discount for a plot where staff do the backfill. Would it work better that way? You don't have to worry about a bond or anything.
I guess that's
It
an
just doesn't,
additional
it just
change to the
doesn't
charges
read very
proposed.
well if you want to and doing, which is quite cultural.
Yeah.
It just doesn't read it very well that we're going to charge extra for them to do it. It might be better the other way around, where you get a discount if staff do
Yeah,
it.
and the intent has been to provide the information in terms of the operational costs, and then the decision sits with you on what's appropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor Oz.
Thank you, Mayor Nandor. Just going back to the introduction of family-led cremation fee, you speak that, or I sort of gathered from the conversation earlier that we already have family-led cremations, is that right?
Correct, we do.
So when you're saying introduction, the introduction is the $500 more than the fact that we're having family-led cremations, is that right?
No, we do accept family-led cremations, but at the moment there is no charge for our staff time to actually administer that process.
Do we have to allow family-led cremations, bearing in mind what you've said, that you're not professionals with grieving families or coming between disputes of families that may arise as a result of this? Is it not far better left with the funeral directors?
In our view, it probably is better with them, but also recognising that, you know, people are struggling at the moment as well, and that some people can't afford to go to funeral directors and pay the full costs of that. So, yeah.
But you can't accept a body that hasn't been through a registered funeral home, can you?
We can.
You can?
There are a number of forms, you know, it's pretty strict. There's a number of forms which have to be completed prior to the cremation taking place. So it's a series of authorisations all the way through.
But didn't you
once
say,
that's all complete, then yeah, we can go ahead.
didn't you say a funeral director had to clear that there was nothing in the casket other than the body, or that there was...
Correct.
So that does involve...
Yes, we provide the families with a list of items that should not go into the casket. That's publicly available on our website as well. And our staff, the sexton does from, you know, time to time have to actually check to make sure that some of those items are not in the casket.
Thank you.
We've got Councillor Dennis and Councillor O'Brien.
I think my one's been asked by Councillor Oz, but I find that horrific that we would expect our staff to inspect inside a casket, and therefore I can't see why we don't say, I'm really sorry, but this crematorium will only take caskets that have been prepared by an undertaker. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Have you thought about using more durable grave mats so they don't get wrecked? Because, you know, I'll see in your explanation here that twice the grave mats which have been damaged by backfilling and ongoing maintenance, material costs such as replacement of grave mats. So that sounds like a big part of the cost for backfilling is replacing those. Have you thought about getting some more durable ones?
But those are standard graveside mats which are produced for that purpose. So, yeah, it's general astroturf which is used. But if there's certainly, we could certainly look into other products, no problem.
My other question is, if I may, it'll cost $2,400 for a plot, costs $1,500 for Sunday burial and $250 for backfill. It's just over $4,000. And we paid for that plot, we own the plot, and we're going to be charged $450 if you choose to be cremated and put into an urn. We can't actually inter an urn into our own plot on top of our own people without paying $450. That's what you charge for interring an urn in a plot.
Correct.
We can't do that ourselves?
No, we don't. There is a fee. There's a fee associated with all interments. So yeah, we don't allow families just to go up if it's got to be a process that is followed. Otherwise, we just have people going up there and and interring urns, and we wouldn't even know that it was happening. So.
That's all my questions, but I want to talk about something when we go into.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just asking a question because I'm a little bit unclear about how the fee structure works. So there's a funeral taking place. The family buys a plot, either a standard plot or a natural burial plot for the amount that costs. And then the interment fee is the burial fee.
Correct, yes.
And then the self-backfill, is that on top of that? Like, that's on top of that, or is that a separate, like, is that instead of?
No, that would be on top of that. As I said earlier on, we were looking at it as an ongoing cost.
Okay. Okay, that's what I hadn't quite understood. All right, thank you. Other questions, councillors? All right, in which case I'll move to the deliberation, and we've covered both the crematorium and the cemeteries charges, so I'll just take them both together and allow debate on all of that. So that the council deliberate on cemeteries charges, introduction of a self-backfill fee of $250, increase the price of a natural burial plot from $2,360 to $2,807, and the introduction of family-led cremations fee, $500, and the introduction of an oversized casket fee, casket size 16 and above, $250. Could I have someone to move? And moved Councillor Immink, seconded Councillor Isles, and I'll invite contributions for debate. Councillor O'Brien.
I guess you remember, Alex, I was in Vietnam when I came over the line and I saw $250 backfill, and I thought you were paying us for saving the sex. There was a lot of work by backfilling the graves. Just in reference to Councillor James's comment about backfillings becoming more popular nowadays, we've been backfilling Mairano, Councillor. I don't know exactly where you've been over these years, but and in all seriousness, it's, we as Māori will never walk away from an open grave. It's culturally insensitive. We will never leave that. And the thought that, well, we're lucky because we have our own graves out at Tarangitaiki. But the likes of our poroporo whānau, who a lot of them have graves up there, are not going to walk away from their people. But nor are they going to, I guess, well, they may not have a choice, except the fact that they have to pay $250 and they're saving a sexton a lot of work. And I'd suggest that if you do have problems with compaction, you use the digger to compact. I'm telling my age now, for 30 years I've been digging graves over in the Rangitaiki. Ngāti Awa Rangitaiki across the 7 marae. And that's not a word of a lie, 30 years I did that. To compact, we used compactors like you do for post hole diggers. And we use that. So you can get around that. I guess I was saying that we need possibly, together we could sit down together and with our workers and find a way forward with this, because I don't think our people are going to be very happy with this discharge. So, I'm not sure how I'm going to, but I'm quite happy to sit down with you guys. And I didn't. We used to use the Tasman felts, durable, so they don't get a hold. And the likes of your grave mats, let's find an alternative that's more durable. Possibly, let's find other ways of getting around this. It might be better for us as a council. That's all I have to say in this respect. I do struggle with the fact that we can't use people who want to get cremated nowadays at home and just want to be interred on top of their own, which is a lot easier, and they're happy in that space. And cremation is a way we're heading forward as Māori. But not to be able to put them on top of our own, within our own plots that we paid $4,000 for, and be charged $450 is another consideration. We need to seriously look at that. But again, conversations we can have, possibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other contributions? Councillor Hamill?
Yeah, I agree. Based on the submissions, I think that the self-backfill needs to be re-looked at. I don't think it's culturally appropriate, and I think it'd be good to follow up on some suggestions from Councillor O'Brien and support the other changes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dennis.
I'd have to vote no along with the last two speakers, but I've got some mill felts at home if you want to borrow, take them. And I know that you could actually get them from the mill because they change their felts over quite often. They'd be the toughest material out, too. So I'd vote no, but I appreciate you might bring something else back to the annual plan, but at this stage I don't know. But yeah, get some mill felts.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Oz?
It was more of a question than a debate. Had there been a backfill fee prior to, I know it says introduction, but it also says introduction for two other bullet points which are already in place. So has there been a backfill?
No,
Never.
Councillor. No.
Okay, that's okay.
I think I'm going to make a contribution, but I'm also going to ask a question, and I've asked councillors not to do that. But it comes back to the thing about the percentage of costs that are covered by the fees. Could you give us the information on this one?
I have it in front of me. Cemeteries is currently recovering 31% of the cost. The target band in the policy for that activity group is between 30 and 70. So it is technically within the band, but it's right at the bottom end. I think that also includes crematoria.
It's a very big band. I also feel really uncomfortable about the fees on backfill. And I think I'd like to see some more thinking. I mean, I know that a lot of thinking's been done and appreciate a lot of conversations are being had. But I would like to see some more thought given to this. I did, on principle, like the idea of a bond approach, but recognising there's some difficulties with that. But even potentially an extended bond approach. I mean, in terms of compaction, how long is that an ongoing issue for?
It just depends on the weather as well. It's it can go on for a long period of time. If you have,
months, weeks?
Yes, definitely months.
Years?
Yeah, even years if you have.
Oh, sorry.
But I think over the years what happens is it's breakdown of the casket and then you'll get subsidence, but it'll certainly go on for months and months.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to see some more exploration, seeing if there are some other alternatives. There must be some cost savings as well as cost increases. I mean, proportional to just a standard burial, I would have thought. I don't know. It's acknowledging we're not making a decision to say this is coming back to us. I mean, my sense of it, and I'll test the room, but my sense of it is that there's kind of general feeling that we could do a bit more work on that? Yeah, about the self backfill. Yeah, specifically. I'm going to ask Lainey to make a comment.
Sorry, I should have said it before. The 31% is the lowest it's been in 10 years, and it has gone down from, the peak was 41%, but it was mainly around 37. So I think that's just, in terms of your comment around cost savings, we're heading in the wrong direction because the demand for those family-led and self-backfills that increase cost but don't bring in any revenue, that's what's compounding that trajectory. Sorry, I should have said it before.
I could just note too that in the past month, there's been about 30 cremations and about 3 burials.
Right, yeah. Councillor Boynton? Kind of, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. I suppose I'm pinching this from a movie, but they said there's nothing more sure than death and taxes, whereas in this it's more death and rates, I know. But yes, I tautoko the kōrero before around the backfilling and how that will impact culturally significantly, because it is one of the last moments you spend with your loved one, and a duty to those who have the privilege to be able to hold that spade. But also, I just wondered on the overall part of it, and I'm not trying to make our tanihana and that crash, but I suppose it relates to all our different services about how we may be marketing different services, particularly if we are able to make them options, so that whānau may have a choice, because not all of our whānau who are burying their loved one may have that part of their culture of self-billing. But then if they wanted, oh no, I think I've got that wrong. But I think it was just my comment really was looking at how do we lay out the services for our whānau in terms of having a range of options suited best to their needs, rather than this is the charge, that's it, or this, that's my kōrero. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'm going to ask for not, because I think that's probably a bit of a lengthy conversation. I'm just mindful that we're 1:45 and wanting to move through, we might have to adjourn. If that's acceptable, just leave that there.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you. The comment's been made and I think heard. For staff, in terms of just moving forward on this item, if it's acceptable to the mover and seconder, is it adequate direction to say that we are happy with the fees and charges proposed, except for the self-backfill one, and that we would like some further work done on that and there's some conversations can be had? Is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's fine. And we can come back to you with our next report with some options around that.
Thank you. And mover and seconder, happy for that to kind of be part of that? Cool. In which case, Councillor
I'm still concerned about this thing of allowing people to present a body to the crematorium without going through a funeral director. I struggle with that because of the long-term effect on staff who need to search the casket. I'm just horrified by that.
I'm not sure what the general feeling of the room is with that. I mean, my view would be I think what I heard is that we do involve the services of funeral services for those particular things, and inspection caskets and things like that. It is providing a more affordable option for some families who are really struggling. So personally, I think we should proceed with what's on the table. But if if there's a strong mood to support Councillor Dennis's proposal, which is, I think, to not accept family-led cremations. Councillor Imming?
Yeah, I think the issue Councillor Dennis is saying actually has got nothing to do with the fees. It's actually a philosophical and a concern for staff wellbeing. I think it's a separate issue.
I could just note that we can take that as an operational discussion based on your feedback outside of the fees and charges deliberations.
And I was just going to add through the chair, we could bring that back in the LTP as a suggested level of service change. It would be a minor one, but it would, if that, those services have been offered for some time, if we were then to stop doing it, that would actually be a change that we'd need to make our community aware. But the LTP would be the time.
Thank you, that's helpful to understand that. So if you're happy with that, Councillor. So what we've got on the table is the accepting of the fees as stated on cemeteries and crematoriums, except for further work to be done on the self-backfill option, and then the question of family-run cremations will be brought back as part of the long-term plan discussion. Those in favour say aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors, for that. I'm aware that some councillors have to go. I understand like 5. If we're happy to go till 5. Okay, we'll keep going though. If everyone's happy to go till 5, we'll just go through and see how far we get. So the next one is that council deliberate on proposed Sportsground rental fee increases of $250 on top of inflationary adjustments to recover ongoing maintenance costs from lighting, and then the specifics are set out in those bullet points in front of you. Introductory comments? No? Questions? Straight into questions. Councillor O'Brien?
So, under these extra charges, Rugby Park, Evers Park, Taneatua Domain and Waimana Domain, now those lights that are for the, maintaining lighting systems, are they, I gather, charges by council? Are these the only places and the only reserves that have lighting provided by council?
Correct.
All right. Are you charging for the maintenance or the actual use of the lights, as in the energy used?
It's for the maintenance side of things. It's just a minimal charge for maintenance. The power is paid by the clubs, or whoever the user is pays for the lights. Yeah, it's generally administered through the clubs.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the equity. And Rugby Park has just been provided with some huge lighting and a lot of lighting, and the lights of Taneatua, Waimana, and Evers Park have enough lighting. So how do you differentiate? How do you charge when those lights over at Rugby Park are certainly going to cost you a lot more to maintain than those other parks? So how, where's the equity?
I think, Councillor, the level of lighting, the standard of lighting is being improved right across the district. Evers Park has, within the last few years, has had a major upgrade of lighting. Rugby Park has just had it. Taneatua has just received funding through Trust Horizon. They're going to get brand new lighting in there fairly soon. And then Waimana Domain, as you know, has had lighting for a while as well. It's a fairly new lighting. So it's difficult to actually, to try and work out costs individually. We don't actually know what the cost would actually be. But I think what we're asking for here is certainly would not cover, one call out to have a look at the lights. It's just something, it's a contribution towards that maintenance.
Right, thank you. Thank you for that.
Councillor Dennis?
Yeah, in regard to that in Evers Park, I know that the power bill's paid by the Te Teko Residents Association, and I've seen it go in summer from $256 to winter it goes up to 360 odd, so it certainly hurts them, but they have a levy on those rugby players that play there to help with the electricity. But see, at the moment there's a couple of lights out at the back on the rugby field and at the front of the netball court which we're still waiting to get fixed. And so someone has to pay for that, eh? Because you'd need a cherry picker and everything to get up there. And that was as a result of the cyclone.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boynton?
Yes, just a question following on from Councillor O'Brien, noting that places like Rugby Park have use by quite a few clubs that are in the area and is highly used not only from the adult grades but also the younger grades and for tournaments. So there is a bigger pool of groups utilising the fields to afford to pay that fee. In smaller clubs like Waimana, and that there's only one club and a population of about 500 people, who will then be responsible for paying a similar cost to that of the Whakatane park, rugby park. So I guess it's just a similar question. Yes, there's a difference of about $500, but there's a big difference in terms of the patronage of those clubs in those smaller rural areas in comparison to ones who have a higher population and a higher use. Was that considered?
I think, again, what's proposed is the cost of maintenance, which regardless of the population remains the same in terms of the service that we're requiring in order to maintain those lights. And if there is a problem, like Ian said, or Councillor Dennis, if there's a call out, that fee doesn't discriminate as to how many people would subscribe to the club. So what we've presented is the cost that we're proposing in terms of a contribution towards maintenance, which doesn't necessarily cover the wider contribution that would be rates funded. I think that's the inequity decision in terms of the decision making as to how that gets applied. But what we've presented is based on that logic.
Yes.
May I just add that call out or maintenance costs for rural fields will actually be higher than it would be for Rugby Park as well. So so there's a bit of a balance there as well. That
yes, just supplementary, acknowledging that, and also too, it sort of goes vice versa as well. There's a lot more hard work that goes into a rural community club to be able to access the funding and the project, and to be able to run that project as well, to be able to get those lights in the first place. So there is a whole lot of work in those rural areas to be able to keep up those costs and what it takes in comparison to those who may have access to resources in town. So, yeah, thank you. The increased charges.
Yeah, the difference between the Taniatua and the Waimana, it came at the end of the conversation regarding lights. With the Waimana ones, the lights aren't part of the rental, right? In Waimana, the lights were installed by the club, is that correct?
Yeah, but what's actually happened now is that those lights are maintained by council. So what's happening at the moment is that the clubs used to apply for funding themselves through someone like Trust Horizon. That's no longer the case. We are now required to actually, to submit the applications, and then the lights actually become an asset of council, so that we can actually look after them. And the expectation is for us to actually look after them, in the future. So for Waimana, for example, we are looking after that. We will look after those lights as well. Yeah.
But those the lights in Waimana, for example, was an application made by Matt Tapo back in Ahare Day. So that wasn't done through council, from memory.
We would have supported that application, yes.
The recent funding's been done via applications made by staff on behalf of
the clubs.
Through the chair, can I just can I comment on that?
Well, can I just finish first? Secondly, we've still got the lights in situ that were there before the new ones were put in place. So I believe, again, that expense is something that has to be borne by our club if we want them removed. They've never been removed.
I can look into that, councillor. I'm sure we can
Thank you.
something out.
I'll make it very quick. It was just to highlight, I was the project manager for the lights and the sports fields and that for the Waimana Club. And so we had initially made all the applications to all the different funding agencies, and the law changed regarding the health and safety, which meant that the council then became liable for the assets that were on the ground of clubs. And that's why we put together all the applications, and then we handed it over to the council for them to be the main body, because that was the only way, because the law had changed. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, I'm going to move to the deliberation resolution on this one and then seek to adjourn. So the resolution is that council deliberate on proposed sports ground rental fees increases of 250 on top of inflationary adjustment to recover ongoing maintenance costs from lighting. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Immink, seconder. Councillor Hamill. Debate. In which case, I'll just move to the vote on that. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you everyone for that. You clear on that? Thank you. So I'm going to move that we adjourn the rest of this meeting on fees and charges to Monday, the 15th of June at 9 a.m. is the proposal. No? We can confirm the date and time offline, I think. Oh, what? No. Oh, no.
No, we have to consider.
Oh, okay. Yep, please.
You do at this stage.
If others, I've cancelled one,
We got parks and reserves, building charges, and roading charges, Three Waters charges. Any other matters?
Plus the dredging?
Plus dredging. Yeah.
And you need to have a break. So
Yeah.
that'll probably be good.
So right now, if we don't...
So we could continue, but we'd need to adjourn anyway. I don't think we'll cover all of that today. Apologies, councillor. Yeah.
We need a dinner break.
No, I think
We'll finish dredging this week.
Councillors, I'd like to adjourn for a couple of minutes while we just sort out how we move forward from here. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, councillors, for your patience and staff. I'm going to move that we adjourn this meeting till Friday at 8:30, at which time we will deal with the item around dredging and also finish off the fees and charges items. I think that's all we've got left. So we're looking, adjourning the meeting till Friday, June the 12th, here at 8:30 a.m. Could I have a seconder for that? Councillor Isles, thank you. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. So I'll adjourn the meeting now. Do we close this meeting with karakia? Yep, thank you. I'll invite Councillor O'Brien then to close it. So, Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, everyone.